Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, here we are in my brand new, I'm supposed to be in my brand new OBS setup, which is why I wasn't jiggling the mouse until now. It's very, it's very, very new, and I'm getting used to it. I have reconfigured all of the docks, all of the setup, here. There we go, in OBS. And I've got everything that I need to manage the live stream in OBS without having a Twitch browser window open, which was my goal, and holy shit, we're there. However, I am sitting here feeling the want for, like, the viewer count. see who's in that kind of see how many and be able to look over and see 14,000 and some followers here, huh? And how many watching? 6. Okay, cool. You know, I'm just used to that. Other thing you might be able to tell is that I did redo the microphone audio a little bit. I actually came up with a whole new EQ for it, and then compared the new EQ with my old EQ, and my old EQ was better, so we're just with the old EQ. Okay, thank you, Kevin. We don't need ongoing music from you. We're with the old EQ, but I've got new compression. And hello, Danyan. Right? Danyan, that's what it was the joke for. And Nora, welcome to chat. We're going to be cluster trucking today. Mic sounds really good. Excellent. Thank you, Sarah. I was working on it. The EQ that I had before was fine, but now I've just got a little bit more aggressive compression and making sure that the talkies sit right on top there is my goal. But we will have a lot of opportunities for the talkies once we get into Clustertruck, which also should look a lot better than it did on the last live stream. I took whole days, the last 2 days really have been entirely dedicated to setting up the live stream. You know, I wiped my computer out for the first time in like 10 years, wiped it out to scratch, and have been rebuilding it. And obviously I brought like old settings and stuff over, but I didn't want to use the old settings unless I really, really had to. Because you're on a new PC, you want to set everything up from scratch and try and not corrupt it with your old assumptions and stuff like that, is something that I would say. Now let me just, can you guys see yeah, you can see my mouse, okay. Just making sure that everything's the way it should be. You might even be able to notice that the shadows for our live split and the 3D effect and everything, I've polished it all since last you saw, but today we should be getting true like 60 frames per second. I've been trying to broadcast at 50 frames per second for a while, and while I talk, I'll warm up by doing this. I've been trying to broadcast at 50 frames per second for a while because, you know, the idea is, number one, my monitor for this computer is actually 100 hertz. I wanted something that was low like that, you know. I wouldn't have gone above 144, but ideally I wanted something that's more than 60, but not too much more, because, you know, the whole thing with, like, the human eye can't detect it anyway, blah, blah, blah. But your GPU, your CPU, all of the resources that it takes to, I'm not supposed to do this here. Let's try and do it right. All of the resources that it takes, that is not right, to play a game, do a live stream, all that sort of a thing. You need, you know, that much more when you're broadcasting at 60 frames per second. You take 10 frames away, that's, you know, time that every single frame gets to make itself look a little bit better, get a little bit more quality, make sure that the frame rate, you're not dropping frames, having those little stuttery kind of feelings and stuff like that during a stream or during your gameplay. So I wanted something like that, 120 or 144. I actually found, hang on, we're fine. I got this monitor at 100 hertz. So I figure, listen, 50 hertz is going to be better at 100 hertz because you can just take every other frame, right? In terms of like grabbing it for the sake of the live stream, you just take every other frame and you'll get a clean and consistent output that doesn't stutter and doesn't do weird things with like frame gaps and frame timings. And as somebody who, you know, moderates and does speedrun verification and stuff like that, I know way too much. I mean, also that I've been a professional in video industry since I was 16. But you know, I know way too much about video and encodings and standards and media and all that crap. And so I'm thinking, listen, 50 hertz, trying to take 50 frames out of a 100 frame feed per second is a lot more stable and consistent than trying to grab like 60 off of the top of 100. Because sometimes the monitor won't have prepared another frame, right? At 60 frames per second, you know, 100, you're just going to be looking at the same frame and it'll feel jank, it'll feel stuttery. So these were all my my thoughts, my ideas. Hey, didn't even need it. Oh, wait. There we go. Good. For doing it at 50 hertz, you know, make every single frame look as good as it can by just doing it a little bit slow. Wait, no, this one is supposed to be like this. Telling me I should submit at 20 frames per second? Well, no, you shouldn't. But so these were the ideas that I was working off of for why I would do 50 hertz. Multiple reasons. And it was working pretty good on the old PC, I thought. Like, our recordings looked good. They weren't quite as smooth as a 60 frames per second, but it was almost unnoticeable, really. And my submissions... Oh, yeah, you need to turn back. My submissions for speed runs and things seemed to be okay. In quality and frame rate and all that. But on this computer, when I went to set it up, man, I could not make 50 hertz look good. It just looked choppy, it looked like shit, it looked crappy. And I'm gonna go ahead and choose arbitrarily to blame OBS. My theory is that OBS has, like, so crafted and configured itself to broadcast at NTSC standards, which is 60 and 30 and stuff on that base, that that 50 frame rate, that the PAL standard stuff just doesn't come across well. I tried 50 hertz, I tried 48 hertz is also an option in OBS. Neither of them were good. Okay, not a lot I can do to avoid that one. This is too slow. Okay, it's still kind of crap, but maybe I'll get there. Yeah, it looks like I'll get there. So yeah, after fighting it to try and make 50 hertz look good, I eventually just had to... Okay, not what I meant to do, and definitely not what I meant to do. Thank you. I eventually just tried 60, and boy does 60 look good. Boy does 60 just look right. And I don't know how that's the case. I mean, in theory, we are... for Clustertruck, generating... Come on. Really? That wasn't fast enough? You don't even need to be speedy sometimes, because, like, you can just... If you get a good enough hit, it'll just go through the truck because it's too fast. Or go through the lasers, rather, because it's too fast. I'm gonna do it here, because we screwed up the other one, so might as well. And I learned that little, like, routing there, which has worked for me pretty consistently. When you're in the air on that one, just go in the natural direction that you were thrown in until, like, the last gate, and then just turn in a little bit toward the center. And I learned that just by watching Emily's runs. Emily Saylor, the world record holder in pretty much everything Clustertruck. It doesn't look like it should work. Like, where you can see the lasers coming out, it looks like I'm definitely going to get hit if I turn into that. But it works every damn time, for some reason. I'm going to try this. Okay. Oh, man, one more time. No. Alright, I'll try and just salvage it. Okay. There's the salvage. And we're just doing an any % run because, you know, I'm getting warm and I'm chatting. See, I did all the OBS nonsense, and got our stream looking good. I hope again. It was looking good on the recordings. You guys tell me, how's the quality? Does it feel smooth? Does it feel 60 frames per second? It's gonna look pretty, you know. Now, if I got all the settings off in Clustertruck here for the sake of the speed run, and also for the sake of the quality of the stream, just to get as much smoothness as possible. Looks good to you? Okay, Sarah? And to Danyan. Do you hate it if I actually start calling you Danyan? Okay, that didn't help. Throwing a truck into the void did not help me somehow. Who could have guessed? Right through. That doesn't exist. As apparently was discovered by Noah, I think. Like, by the time that I came around, or somebody else came around saying, hey, did you guys know this? Noah was like, yeah, everybody knows that. And everybody was like, do we? Noah's like, I told you guys that 2 years ago that you could go through the... oh. Not enough. Okay, that, I think, is enough. Oh, and it's dead at it, too. Thank you. Noah apparently knows everything but never says it. Oh no, according to them, they say it, and then nobody listens. But, so the other thing, so I say that I've been fighting OBS for all these days here. And so just before the live stream, the last thing that I did, other than eat a sandwich, oh, this is not a level where you do that, Pawn. Last thing that I did, other than eating a sandwich before we started the stream today, was I wrote a, yeah, no, you do it here. I wrote a bug report for OBS that will probably just get, like, deleted if you have the ability to delete a report on GitHub and just make it not exist anymore. They'll probably just get rid of it. Because, it's entitled, everything, about the docs system is a failure. So they might consider it, like, not exactly a bug report and more like a feature request, and they've got a whole extra forum, apparently, OBS does. The OBS project has their own forum that requires an OAuth from GitHub in order to log on, and I was just like, you know what? What if, fuck you, I'm submitting here on GitHub, I'm not giving you OAuth credentials for my account, letting you collect information about me, and I'm not going off-site where, you know, you can more easily filter the conversation. Like, it's just, why do we need... if you're going to use GitHub for bug reports, then why have you set up a forum separately for feature suggestions, except because you don't want to take feature suggestions seriously, right? You don't want them littering the same space as bug reports. And that just says everything about the OBS project and the maintainers of it, doesn't it? So, hang on. I missed it. So yeah, in setting up this rig that I've got, which I would love to show you. No, I'm supposed to do this, and then lev in midair, and then land it, and then turn around and do one of these. In setting this up, I ripped apart all of what they call docks in OBS. I've got little panels that have the different, like, features that you can use. They also support... This is the fastest way to do this without messing it up for me, because I haven't done it in a while. I haven't done it right in a while, anyway. It also supports browser docs, so you can basically just have the OBS browser, the browser that's built into OBS, load up any given, you know, HTML web page, that you pointed at, which is super convenient for Twitch, because Twitch has exposed all of its little panels for... Nope. All of its little panels for the stream manager as pop-outs. So you can just take the pop-out links and shove them into OBS and get them in there, and that's friggin' awesome. Except for 90% of the functionality of these docks either doesn't work or sucks, or it does exactly the opposite of what it should, or the number of things that are wrong in this is amazing, and it's amazing that they shipped it in the state that it's in. I have to presume that they're... Wow, I got that. All skill, no luck. I have to presume... Oh wait, this one used to be... This is a very low percentage hit for me. I don't think I've ever been good at this, even though I think I invented it. Alright, well, to hell with it. 1 mock with the resubscription, almost a year now. Uh-oh. I wasn't holding the oh, thank God. I was not holding the direction. Oh, this isn't a turn and throw, this is a turn and walk out. Like that? Yes. Okay, yeah, get on the outside, and then lev, and go right past it. I thought I was going to. Okay. This one's better. And then pull hard back in, so you don't miss it. And 8-5. You don't want to steer here if you can avoid it. Once you get the hit, you want to just stay off steering, and you'll keep your speed. Nope. That's it. That's the one. That's not the one. I remember it's like, it's sort of shockingly higher than you would think you want to throw it, is where you want to throw it. That goes, but I have to steer it. Woo! Uh-oh, I've lost my speed. And I'm out of left. Son of a bitch. This is why this was like, my 1330 was a bit of a, oh my god, we finally got it moment when I got this first try. And that was the difference between coming with like a 14, low to mid 14. What am I doing? Low to mid 14 versus a, you know, mid 13, which is what I got. Hey! Hey! And note that I'm not strafing here. I'm just going with the flow. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's a little bit low. That's more perfect. That's too low. This one you do want to throw a little bit below you. So it kicks you out. And that was very wide, so I do that. Don't. Okay, this kind of sucks. Dangan is fine if you want. Okay, good. Ah, I was looking at chat! Also, I was a million miles away from that thing. It probably shouldn't have killed me, whether I was looking at chat or not. I have a truck. Ah! That's the more that I steer it, the less likely it is to go all the way. But it's certainly given me ones that I kind of gotta steer, isn't it? Off the top of it and keep going. I reset coming in. Holy shit, look at this. Don't hold space on that one. This one needs to land! I don't want one that needs to land. I want one like this. Just goes all the way. And just lev and lev and lev. These trucks are sort of already pointed up on the hillside. Whoa! Okay, good. Now I'm out of lav, so I've got to actually play the level for a second. Damn it, you're never supposed to have to play the level in any percent. Oh, really? Okay. I didn't expect a first try. Okay. It wasn't a good one, but I was gonna run on it just because it was first try. This is a good one. This probably goes all the way. And we didn't preload 910, so there will be a delay, son of a bitch. This is very hard to do because I've got so much speed because I'm not steering at all. Okay, this one I did have to steer, so it'll be a little bit easier to manage. This is at a more reasonable speed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, that doesn't go. There's some subtleties to some of this stuff. Just gonna grind the... Oh, cool. Don't give me a jump or anything. Surprised I'm having so much trouble. Like a little bit, a couple of... That doesn't even get there. Couple, sure. This much difficulty? I don't think so. Ah! It's just so hard at those speeds to figure out, like, where you have to lev to make it work. Goodness. I may have screwed this up again. No, I'll be fine. I won't be fine. Son of a fucking bullshit whore tits. Well, I'm glad this isn't a real run of any kind, but... It doesn't make me feel good. It's not like building up my ego or confidence for the runs to come ahead. The real ones. Well, fucking bullshit! Do it a different way, then. Wait, here's one. Alright. No, I'll never get that. I could just run it. I would get it in with, you know, a NoUtility style, no problem. Thank you. So all I need to do is keep a little bit of the speed. And here's that delay. So we didn't front load it. Cool. You want to go a little bit further over the top of the truck than you think you need to be. Uh-oh. There we go. Little backup method. Hold on, this doesn't look like NU or NPS. I was just warming up. Let's chat and warming up.
You can't touch this. You can't touch this.
That's right. Hello, Noah. Welcome. And anything that I missed in chat? No, we're looking good. Okay. So yeah, the stream quality should be better, but I wrote this glaring, just tear OBS down kind of this horrible thing that, and then I pulled it back, and I pulled it back. I rewrote it several times to make it, you know, palatable while still being soul-crushing. Abilities. Let's take off the old truck in my palm there. We were just talking about, you know, we were reflecting on how, when you go through, I need to change out, when you go through World 5, you can pass through those curved arches at the corners of the thing, and how when it was either me or somebody else came forward to say, hey, did you guys know that you could pass through those things? You were like, yeah, everybody knows that. And then everybody was like, did we? And then you're like, I've known for 2 years. You people never listen to me. NoUtility World 5. We're going back to World 5. No need to update the splits with that. I mean, you can if you want, sure. We're going back to World 5 because I don't even think that my last run was, like, submittable. The frame rate quality was so choppy and shit because I hadn't figured out how to configure my OBS again on the new computer. So I think we have to, like, get a good time here. Also, we'll be actually running an IGT this time instead of RTA, so I won't be thinking that I've only got a 135 when I've got a 131.2. And that being the case, what we really need to come up with here... That's really weird that the background is of Clustertruck and then the background is Clustertruck, and it confuses my eye. But what we really need here to get into the top 3 is a low 128. And all the big boys, including Noah, are all the big persons, including Noah, are in 128 region here. So, we've got a 131. I take 3 seconds off of it, and we're there. And it is a low 131, so I'm not even lying. 3 seconds, and we're there. So get rid of this. There we go. So yeah. Also, I should be a lot better than I was, the first day, just by the principle of being warm, and yeah, see how good I am now? But I also know exactly what I'm gonna do, except for maybe taking out some of these, lev boost landings. Because unless I really need them, you're not supposed to do that there. Unless I really need them, I think they just can slow me down, even. Now, this is where you would do that, but that's not how you do it. You want to switch into a right strafe and then double tap the lev. This one's pretty simple. You just up to here, touch one more truck, and then lev out. And then this one, I think we might need to change how I've been doing this and cross, like that, and then look for something like that, because, yeah. The other method, staying on the right side of things, there's just too much stuff that gets in your way and kills you. And then up here, good, we got a throw. I'm going to try and go all the way to the front trucks with this, with 2 levs. I didn't get it. And then I got stuck on this. We can finish a run anyway to start the day, huh? Yeah, and it'll help me warm up, because I need to go out left there, not the direction that I did go. And we just do something like that. Oh, and then this one is pop, pop, and then into you, throw me over, go straight to goal with lev. Uh-huh. And this guy is just run fast, stay low, hope that things work out. And I'm just going to use all the lev here. And that was already really good. A 134, not that bad. Try my method for 5.5. Nose grind to just fling yourself over all the chaos. At what point do we nose grind? So I would presume, like, we get this, we get the speed. I mean, could do this, and then that's an 8. Whereas, if you can get through here, where would the nose grind be? I mean, it also depends on which direction you're strafing for that. Like that? There's a lot of, like, adjustments that need to be made on the fly here. Kind of regardless of how you choose to do it. Oh, I don't have a truck to drop. I did enough any percent that I was expecting that I had a truck. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I'll try that line. That does cross me over to the left, like I was saying, to avoid the popper on the right makes for a lot of crazy traffic. Yeah, the one thing that I'm really missing with this new OBS setup or layout here is being able to see a view count. I've never been able to trust Twitch's viewer count. I feel like at any given time it's just reporting what was going on 8 minutes ago, but it was nice to be able to look over and see. And 8.0. Eventually I'll develop standards. That is not how you do that. You have a method for that, just remember it, and then do it. Whoa. Got some extra points. Okay, so here is like this, and then Yeah, that was just a bad setup from kind of the get-go. That hammer was going to be in my way. Everything was going to be a little bit crap there. Ooh, this was a nice quick fling. No. 7-2-ish. Okay. This is the good one. When I can get that, I love it. No! I'm still alive, though. Spent all my lev. Oh! Don't get in my way. Everything kind of helped me out there, and then the last thing didn't. Don't do that. Pop, pop, into this. Little fling over. Nope, the fling didn't work. Okay, dead run, but can finish it. Did you know that you can go through that? Another 134. A couple right there in the I meant the earlier one. But hey, if this works for an earlier nose grind? Oh, so you mean like a mega jump, because that's not really one that I can get to just give me air as I'm going. I don't really have the speed yet. If I look at that again from here, yeah, this is more of a, that's what I think of as a mega jump when I do it like that. But the nose grind is more, for me anyway, in my terms, a nose grind would be like that, maybe? Hey! Maybe that's what you're saying, is do it on the right. And then hope that you... There's a lot of A-frame in the way here. Oh god. Oh yeah, I don't have that. I gotta stop relying on the thing that doesn't exist. That's the one? Okay. That's a 7-5. Wait a second. So, you get real low, across you, and then I'm supposed to do that. Didn't quite work out there. Yeah, that's fine. That's a good way to do it. Heh! And then just lev and get on the outside and a low 7. Okay. I will try that. No, hammer's gonna get in the way. Nope. Okay, sub 8 is fine. And then this one, just stay low and go. Maybe a little lev on the way out. Click it. And then for you actually do cut across, right strafe, 1, 2, touchdown, pop, and out. 5-4 is on the outside, just to this truck. Touch one more truck, get to the outside, and lev 3 times to the goal. And then here we got the new method, which did give me enough to get through with a 7-4. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. Go straight to the fronts. I don't think I would have had enough lev if I didn't touch something. I didn't really want to touch that son of a bitch. This route is another, like, nasty one. So what if I here... Could I solve it with the same premise? Like that. Gets me just a nice jump. Can you go under the flame here? Never tried before, but I'll bet Emily could do it if you get low enough. That would have been the spot right there. So it's not here, it's like that, and then there. Let me do one of those. And that brings us out. Let me try that a couple more times. Let's Let's reset the timer so I don't end up corrupting my splits somehow. Oh no. This. Damn it. If I would have grazed that guy on the right a little bit tighter. It looks good if I could just get my opening, which has always been the problem. Yeah. Seeing that strafe on outside line feels weird. Yeah. To like left strafe it instead of right. If you're going this direction, you would usually right strafe. It's just, I'm not a right strafer, I'm a... This is how you do 5-8? Noah? I think this is where I got it from, because this isn't my method. I think I got it from watching you, Dad. I learned it from watching you. And just find something to bounce off of, and it can be a sub 8. Come on, come on. Through all of them, damn it. You know, what I had was because I didn't do no utility, I would just do this for no ability. I would pop over like that, and then I would figure something out. In fact, I'll do it without the lev. I would do a pop like this, I would try and hit some of that stuff, find a truck, and walk it out somehow. Because this level is one of the nasty RNG moments in no ability, so you're just hoping for some sub 10-second action when you're on a full run anyway. But okay, so I know what I'm gonna try there when I get there. Back to the grind. Damn it. I get to that point, and this is how I always used to do it. So it's one, muscle memory, but two, I look at it and I'm like, I know the safest way to do this is probably this. My brain is just like, ugh, that's definitely not what we want. But I don't know. Is it necessarily a bad time? It's here, off the side, small jump, and then to this guy, and then look for something like that and go in. And then into you. Big jump. How far behind are we? 3 seconds? I can pull that back. Okay, good. Right, and then here we go. Boom. Would you like that? Good. Don't just pop. And then into you. Give me a nice big throw. And then get burned alive. Okay. Routing's looking good. Routing is looking good. I think I do the same thing in NA because you can do the movement without lev. But just wait on the last truck. Just saved like a second on 5-7. Cool. And that's in the way. Utterly superfluous lev boost there. And this is the one where we cross, we right strafe back, 2 levs, and out. 5-4, bad lev. 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh. Okay. Five, 7. Too low. Running right with PB when I'm doing that. Ooh. Super fast start. Huh? For 7.6? Who doesn't like a 7.6? Nobody doesn't like Sarah Lee. You don't? Oh, okay. Well, I guess that phrase is just invalid now. Okay. Off the side, little pop. I missed it. Still made it work. Okay, bad one. Stay high till we get here. Let's really dig in here. I didn't. God. I hate that 5.7 is so frequently the spot that it just falls apart. Yeah. Do not lev unless you need to, basically. It's gonna be my new rule. Don't! You're not supposed to do that here. It's just wasting time. It's just like 0.3 of a second you can't get back. You can do it, and should do it here. Oh, what the? Oh, it was the popper. Popper just happened to fire at the moment. It was probably this popper, actually. It just happened. So I'm like, what the? Oh, right. There are things here. It's a lot of 5-1 openings where the trucks are in that closed position instead of the open. These three are usually like that, but we have already multiple times seen them closed, which is the lower percentage setup. I don't usually see that much. I think we've seen it 3 times already. That's not how you do this level. And it is just slower. And doesn't even complete sometimes. So that's a lot slower. Nope. Oh! I managed to keep the attempt alive. And with a sub-8. Whoa! Damn it. Yeah, no. Okay, do it again, but then with the lev boost that you didn't need, which actually turns into a sock catch. Now here you might have needed it. It was very close. I feel like both of those positions I did need a little lev hover. Okay, that was actually 3 levs, because it didn't look good. To you, to here, and get outside. Okay, found a truck. This goes all the way, but it's not particularly fast. Really dig in, make sure you get a throw. Good. Now remember, come to here. You do like that. No. A-frames in my way. Over top, and then back under. And finally. Whoa! 510 tried to screw me, but didn't. We actually got a really fast exit. Did I lose so much in the previous levels that it doesn't matter? That is correct, yes. It didn't matter. Had I just kept pace in 5.8, then that would have been a minor PB, like a 1/10 of a second PB. I don't know, some of these runs feel like it should be super easy to pick up those 3 seconds, and some of them feel like, oh, I got a lot of it there, and then you look at the time and it's like, damn it, it's gonna be really hard. So I can't tell what the truth is right now. That's not how we do that. Okay. It's too much time lost to be viable. So reset. Don't waste your time. And in fact, I feel like it is a faster start. What does this come out with? No. I feel like it is a faster start to reset in 5.1 than it is to come in from the level select. I don't know. Which is true.
Now run, jump. I can be your backpack while you run. Run, jump. Now breathe.
Who's that? Who sent the... Oh, it was Noah. All right. I was thinking it might be Dramacy and it snuck in while we were... That's not how you do this stuff. You damn fool. Curses. I gotta remember, like, the trick to 5.5 here is to come off of this one like this direction. Like, you cut it really short. You cut the corner right off the back end of this. So it's like, yeah, and then you fall low and you get that hop, and that puts you into the right spot, yeah, to do that and get the angle that will bring you out. But it's like, cutting that corner off is what gets me low enough, fast enough to hit this guy right, to be in the right position for everything else. Realized I have 50,000 potatoes, so I can play 1,000 audio clips. No, wait, 100 audio clips. Well, those are the expensive audio clips, too. Some of them are like, 100 points. The expensive ones are the copywritten and longer guys. But, you could play use the Force Luke like a lot. I think that's only 100. Play all the Star Wars stuff. What am I doing? I don't know, but it ain't right. Still alive! Did you like my dance? Yeah, the Force will be with you always. That's only 100. 100 potatoes for that one. So I'm almost to the point. The other thing that I worked on for the live stream is I remade my auto hotkey script that works right now just as a glorified batch file and opens everything for me at the beginning of the live stream, so I don't gotta hit as many buttons. But I remade that in AHK v2 with help from ChatGPT, and I gotta say, ChatGPT, you cannot let ChatGPT lead. I didn't know AHTV2, and I was just, I don't know how they changed everything from version 1 that I am familiar with, so I was kind of sitting side saddle on that one and just letting letting them lead, and that's not a good way to go about things. Very much misled me. But after several unnecessary hours... What am I doing? Was that the right way to do that? I'm not even paying attention. After several unnecessary hours of headache... what I do now have is a beautiful AHK v2 script. Basically, after I let ChatGPT lead for a while, I eventually said, okay, I'm basically getting rid of everything that you gave me, and I'm going to do it myself. And, you know, went and read some APIs and looked at some examples and stuff like that and started putting it together. And so now I've got a script where I can just add the thing that I want to open to it, and just tell it, like, the file path to it. And I've got a function that separates out the file name from the active directory that it should be run in and creates the run call that way. And then when it's opening any application, which I've also got a function that I wrote specifically for opening a Python file, opening a .py, whenever it opens anything, it adds whatever it called the executable to a table, to a list, that at the end of the application, when I'm done, because it resides in the taskbar, when I'm done with the live stream, I right-click on the taskbar icon and tell it to exit, and it asks me, do you want me to close everything down? I say yes, and it automatically closes everything down that it opened, and I don't have to, like, tell it, I don't have to tell it in the code, like, you know, here's your opening command and here's your closing command. What are the other functions that we did? The most complicated thing that we did with AHK is I use voice meter to route my audio around, and before I start the live stream I need to switch its primary output to headphones instead of my speakers. So this is where ChatGPT led me wrong for a while. And it was that voice meter supports, it's got network communications, it's got a DLL that you can, like, communicate with and just tell it to make changes, and that does seem to work. But if you can get it to work to change your primary audio device, I don't know how, and neither does ChatGPT. Doesn't look like the author of the software, who I have communicated with directly in the past, and I don't like him. Doesn't look like the author of the software exposes, like, the ability to find out what the devices are named internally, which is kind of what you'd need to be able to send a signal to it to tell it to change what the devices are. Like, you just can't find it out. There's nothing you can call, no function in the DLL that will, like, respond with, here's the name, as far as I or ChatGPT, and I fed the entire, like, PDF that the author wrote about this system into ChatGPT just to be like, I'm sure you've already read this, but oh crap, really? I golded something? Let's continue ignoring the live stream and talking about auto hotkey. But yeah, ChatGPT misled me for a long time down that path, and eventually I was like, listen, we're not getting anywhere, let's go back to my idea from 2 hours ago, which was just script the mouse to click on the places. Voice meter is a static geometry window. It doesn't change. You can't resize the window at all. Damn it! I did it wrong again. So the pixel locations will always be the same, and that's what we ended up doing. And so what eventually got consolidated into just a little function is now there's a function that you call it and you give it just the Y coordinate of where you want it to click for, like, I did it again, for its second click, and otherwise it handles the interactions with voice meter the same every time. Thank you. And it even does, I added in the functionality so that before it starts moving your mouse and clicking on stuff, we record where your mouse was globally on your desktop first. And then at the end of moving your mouse around and clicking on stuff, we return your mouse to the position that it was before we started doing that. It all happens in less than 600 or 700 milliseconds, so you don't even notice the mouse went anywhere, really. But yeah, all very convenient, handy stuff. And now I've got a... I did it again. I've got a bed, an auto hotkey bed upon which to... Thank you. Upon which to create, you know, actual hotkey stuff for the live stream as well. Damn it, I was even until I screwed up the intro to this. There are pros and cons to only partially paying attention to the live stream. That's a slow one, but, you know, it's in. And then, this is how I used to do it. It's consistent, anyway. That's not enough. That is not enough. And we lose 2 seconds going into the last level. There's no possible way. So now I'll actually be able to, you know, on top of all this, that, you know, I open it up and it gives me a prompt. Do you want to open all this stuff? Because sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's like... Especially when there's going to be hotkey scripting attached to it. You know, maybe everything is already open and it crashed. You know, there's reasons. There's potential reasons. So it prompts me whether I want to open this stuff, it prompts me whether I want to close it, it prompts me whether or not I'm ever going to remember that 5.4 is a long jump, not a short one. And I just need to open it and pay attention, and it will tell me. Do 5.4 the right way, you goddamn bozo. That slowed me down at the last second, didn't it? Thanks. I'm gonna reset in level here and... try and get a sense for whether or not this works out faster or not. Okay. 7-7. Or just doesn't seem to make any difference one way or the other. And that was slow. I clipped off of friggin' everything. It was a sub 7 though. And then look! I do know how to do that level correctly. 5.4. Alright, and then come off short. Didn't quite get there. Woohoo! But I made it work. In that situation, you want to come off of your spacebar so that you might, if you're going to touch something, and then if you're lucky, you might get an extra jump out of it. But only if you're not already holding spacebar, and then you can get that late jump. Okay, 7-8. And an 8-0. Oh, that's supposed to be a sub 7. I got a sock catch. And this was also slow. This is another way that I used to, that's not viable at all. Hey! Hey! You like my air dancing? Never stop. Just keep finding a truck. And to goal. Upside down. And a 7.6. I should probably go and watch some other runners again at this point and see where the little edges are to be sanded off. Now that I know my routing anyway. God damn it, it's not 5.3, Pawn, it's 5.2. You know, I'm just on loop here. So it's hard for me to even notice what level we're on. Seven, 8. Right down the middle and get hit and get slowed down. Very nice. 7.6. Super nice. Curse you, you son of a bitch. That was great. Right? Yeah, look at how much look, I was a second ahead. And I got bad RNG. I got just fuck you RNG. Nothing you can do about this. Decided to fire off the popper before anybody could get past it. Where the fuck is my mouse? Thank you. That's something I didn't do. I need to install that dark mouse cursor like I was saying. Okay. I'm supposed to hit that a little bit shorter, and the fucking everything got in my way. What's the time now? We're still just even. Okay, I was looking at chat, so I couldn't see where I was steering, because I wasn't steering. Okay, we'll get it back right here. Check me out. Beautiful. This is not the right way to do this. Yeah, and it threw me off entirely. But there's my time save, and that was even with like a big drop in the middle. So that's the kind of run that convinces me that, you know, there is some seconds here. There are some seconds here that I can get. That was a 7.5. It's better than I usually do. And then fuck you. Finally get like a good opening, and then I get the worst possible RNG. I wasn't even going slow, it was just like really early on the pop. And replace my incredibly good times with just these banal average times, although that was nice. I was planning on hitting that guy mid-air, and then it didn't happen, and I was not in a position to maintain the height with Lev because I was expecting to pop off of the dude. Yeah, fucking balls. That's just the hammers in the way. That's a fun one. 7-7. And then early fucking pusher anyway. That was, I got a little bit of a floaty boost from one of the trucks that I was near. Yeah, some of these lev points are just bad ideas on my part. Uh-huh. Thank you. Oh, I wasn't sure that I would have that jump. I think I should have been allowed to have it. I think maybe I need to be cutting the corners off more of these. The way that I do on 5-5. Like this. Not at all what needs to happen there, but it's not that bad. It's a loss, but it's not a end of the run loss. Curses. Made it work. Oh, you fucking prick cock son of a bitch! Ah! Jumping the fuck out of nowhere and it's in my way. You know how it is. Good path, good pace, and then there's a truck that's just there. How did it get there? Nobody knows. Developers don't know. I've emailed them several times asking, topic of the email, how did that truck get there? They never respond. So they clearly just don't have any fucking clue. Where the fuck is the mouse? I can't fucking see white on cream. Okay? Mr. Gates? That's no, I'm not doing that. White on cream, blood on a river, push on a yell, a dead man is dead. Something like that, pretty sure. That's how the song goes. And then clip the corner, up to you. Hope that doesn't happen, and if it does, just fucking reset. Right, Clustertruck? Hope it doesn't happen, and if it does, just fucking reset. Bad run. Next run. And hope it just reset. If it does, what do you do? Email the developers. Subject line. Where'd that fucking truck come from? And why don't you ever write back? I love you. I miss you. I thought we were gonna keep this thing going when you went away to college. XOXO porn. Right? So everybody writes to developers. But yeah, if I didn't think it would bore you to tears, I would read you the thing that I wrote to the OBS peoples. That I wrote as a bug report that they'll probably just throw out, like I said. I'm gonna try this, like, clipping off the corner thing that I was talking about. It was a 7-8, it wasn't any worse. Do it here.
You can't trust the system.
Get a little bit lower, a little bit faster. Ah, sock catch. Fuck it. That hammer was going to be in the way. This time I'll just get past it. But barely. Man! That's not at all how anything wants to happen. Okay. So just slow through 5-3 then. Awesome. This is, I think I lost a bunch of speed. Clip the corner. Low. Hope to find something. Good throw. Go straight at the goal. That'll do. Fucking balls shit tits! I can't believe I'm still alive, honestly. Can you believe the shit that jumps up out of nowhere to fucking stop me? You believe I got a 7-5 out of, like, touching every truck in the level with my... just grazing it with my sock? Okay, didn't expect that. This will get me out. Bad throw. Took too long to get it off. Also bad. Majestic trucks in their natural habitat doing their famous swan dives right in front of where the player is trying to go. Constantly. Okay, I actually barely saved that with the levs. Definitely all those jumps need to be a little bit higher. Was a sub 7. I like that. I like the speed I got, but then those trucks jumped up on me and I think got most of it back. Okay. Okay, that felt good. We'll just go straight in. 7-1 ain't awful. God damn it! There's nothing wrong with that fucking setup of that mega jump. Something wrong with the fucking truck. Like, I ain't even kidding. I'm sitting here like, maybe if I go to a different truck, because that ain't fucking right. I don't need to do that. I don't need to write my fucking whole left side of my face into the truck to get a basic goddamn mega jump. I'm not hitting, like, there are times when I can hit them shitty. These are not being hit shitty. This is just bullshit, is what it is. And then, yeah. Like, a shitty hit is a shitty hit. That wasn't that. It's just the game being bullshitty. And it makes me think, you know, and there is stuff like that in these games where it's like, well, if you hit that truck for it at that particular moment, it's actually frequently like getting a little bit of a bump from some invisible terrain noise kind of shit. And so certain trucks are like, you shouldn't hit that. And you learn that kind of stuff by running NA, NoUtility, because you end up having to know like every possible RNG situation that the game can give you. And I did this level incorrectly, and so I die. See, that's an example of when it's my fault, game. It's one of them that I can take credit for. Somebody fucked up here. Who was it? Oh, it was me. Good. So it should be. Ooh, that was close. Go, 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 go. And then 5-5, we clip this corner. And then we nose into this guy, and somehow it just doesn't happen that time. A slow start. Do an in-level reset. No need for the lev boost there. 7.8 coming out of 5-1 into 5-2. Get hit by some bad RNG. Reset. And if this is the run, then you're gonna have to note that I hit the reset button the moment that we came in. So there was an extra little frame of stutter. Thankfully it wasn't the run, so. 7-9 to start instead of a 7-5. Hooray. Seven out of 5-2 into 5-3. We do the crossover. We right strafe back. We do 2 levs, land, and go out. Safe movement every time. 5-4. Do a little lev boost there. Do another one right here. And then just take that speed and lev 3 times into goal. And then into 5-5. We're gonna nose grind that guy. Hope that doesn't happen. And if it does, we're just fucked. Because we lose a whole bunch of time. Into 5-6. Do a nice little grind throw. A little mega jump. Take it out. And into 5-7, where the exact same mega jump just won't work for no particular reason. See how hard I'm grinding into it now to try and make sure that it actually works? You, thanks. That's what I wanted. A little nose grind. Uh-oh. So the problem there was again like I expected to get something that I didn't get. And so I didn't have the height that I needed to be able to lev out. Kind of a moment. I looked ahead of me, I saw, okay, that truck, we're gonna touch that, and then we're gonna go off of that. It didn't happen. And so now I didn't have the height that I needed, and there's no way to clear the damn level. What is this? A 7-9. Felt slow. How about this? A 7-6. Okay. 5-3, we right strafe. 2 levs, you can get away with 1, but 2 is maximum safety. Here to 5-4. 1, 2, 3. 5-5, clip the corner, come down, get that nose grind, throw you all the way there. Thank you. 5-6. Little mega jump action. Click the 5-7, please. Good start. Grind the hell out of it, or else it didn't work. Get that speed. And get on the outside and go straight to goal. And then here, another little nose grind right there. Oh my god, I'm still running. I didn't expect it. Give me a throw. It goes all the way to goal. Good. Oh no, we're going really slow. No, you fucking cocksucking bitch tits! Ah! I wanted to say an N-word in there too. 510 RNG steals a PB. It's okay, it only took us, how long we've been going? Oh, I don't get to see that either. No, only took us an hour and 20 minutes to get a really good PB going. Really good run without the RNG in World 5 stealing at any point earlier. And I was already gonna lose something to like a slow start, but they didn't have to throw a bunch of fucking trucks in my fucking way. Didn't need to do that. Would have been the 128. Well, it will come back around at some point when the fucking hammer, when it gives me a good start on 5-1 and the hammer doesn't get in my way and the 5-10 doesn't decide to fuck me over, and 5-5 just, you know, is a miracle. It just accidentally happens to let me go for once. You know, when all of the stars align. Fuck. (7-7) to open 5-1. And then you actually did push me there, but it didn't stop me, so I'll keep going. 7-8 out of 5-2. Right strafe. 1 lev this time, because I want the speed. Out in a sub-7. 5-4. And then a little bit of lev boost to turn into a ghost lev and never gave me a jump back. You do hate to see it. Hate to see it. And then I had to actually hesitate there. As I did there. I didn't have to, but I did do it. 7-6 though, out of there. 5-2, get low, run fast. That's too low. Pretty awful for a 7-8. God damn it. I started to do the right strafe and then I tried to pull out of it. Because I'm not supposed to do a right strafe there. There's no reason to do a right strafe there. It was a very good start on 5-1, and a pretty good 5-2 as well. Into the double lev for safety. An extra lev boost there. 5-5, clip the corner, get low. Don't get anything from that, and then get slowed down and stopped, and then this isn't the 128 run because of that. We can still PB though. Especially if we get a good one of these. Okay, that was a good throw. Ah! Fucking... You know how when you land on things while you're holding the jump button, and then you get thrown to the ground because you were jumping when you touched something? You know how that works? You know how that's in physics? You remember that part of your AP class? Like, be careful if you're ever trying to jump on something while that's moving. It could, instead of jumping, throw you to the ground faster.
Until our hearts stop.
Then you could throw yourself in any other situation. That could happen. Watch out for it. Fucking Newton. Click the fucking goddamn button! What happened? I got a PB, did I? 2? 2 undoes it. Drink until our hearts stop. Let's do that. I kind of figured to come in here. I didn't plan on doing medieval the whole day. You know, we got warmed up on it before. I figured out all my routes, all my lines. Kind of figured to come in here and bang out a new respectable PB in 50 minutes or so. I didn't expect, god damn it, I didn't expect this to be one of the worst fucking worlds in the game for movement. But maybe I just forgot. I've never run this category before. That's not how you do this! It sucks because the general rule is that is how you do this. Get low, take the short pop, you get more speed. But on 5-4 you have to do the opposite of what usually works. So do the opposite pawn. Do that to there. Felt pretty slow. No. No. The truck that we came in on gave me a little nose rub height that I can't do anything with. The hell was that? How did I get all that speed out of nowhere? Okay. 2 levs and out into 5-4. We remember to do the long jump here. It's not really a long jump, but it looks like it. I could do a shorter hop if the level would allow it. It's not as likely to give me something I can work with. And that was a very slow 5-5. And then somehow twice in a row, I didn't manage to connect for the mega jump in 5-6. And then the fucking hammer was in my way. Okay, we got the straight row of trucks this time. And it's still just a 7-9. I do not know what the difference is between getting a 7-5 or a 7-9 out of that first level. I have no idea what I could do to change that. Give me some speed, please. Thank you. Yes. That's helpful. And then that's a low 5-6. Fine. 5-7. Make sure we really dig in, or else it won't work. I gotta go all the way to the front truck here. And I was just on one of those bad angles where it's like, it's too close to do, I'm gonna have to do 3 levs, but the 3rd lev is gonna be too much. Like, I can't do 2 levs and get out. I will make it. But I'm so fucking close to 2 levs that the 3rd lev is gonna be impossible to line up at these speeds. That's the joy of the no utility category. Where you're relying so often on these levs, coming in at certain angles on these high falls. And it's like, okay, I'm gonna have to get this right within 100th of a fucking second. This is a 1 millisecond moment. Whereas the other passes, you know, I've got like 200 milliseconds where, yep, I can lev any time in here and this will be fine. Five, 3. Cross, right strafe, 2 levs, and out. Click the button, please. One, 2, 3. Okay, 5-5. Okay. I worked it. It's not great, but it'll do. Big high jump. Slow but safe. God damn it. But... oh, come the fuck on, man! It's either the fastest way you can do it, or it stops you entirely. Fucking cocksucking, shit-eating, dick-licking fuck. First 2 levels really comes down to get as low as possible and time your jump such that you hit the truck surface perfectly horizontal. Really isn't a better place for it than Medieval because of how flat the levels are. My problem is, there's no consistent start. You know, I can't get like a fast start out of here that will guarantee me, like, I feel like this is the difference, is what kind of start did I get? I got a good start that time, so 7-7-ish. Next time I'll get a bad start, it'll be 7-9. but I feel like there's nothing I can do to change whether or not I get a good start or a bad start, and that's the decider of my 0.3 of a second. I don't even know what level I'm in. Is this 5-5? Because I'm completely fucking distracted. 5-1 start feels wrong. You can get some proper speed from that first landing if you hit it right. And then I do like a little short hop there because it's like too high. So I actually pull speed off to get to that one. That's not the fucking way you do that level. I can do it that way. Oh, thank you. Thank you for just throwing the random trucks my way. I can do it this, like, clip the edge way. Give me see how slow some of these starts are? And then some of them are reasonable. Like, that's a... I don't know about that one, actually. That got too low. It's just, it doesn't, I haven't even been trying to, like, fight this because it'll drive me fucking insane. That you can't get the same start, that's just random whether or not you've got full potential or you don't. Your IL record for 5-1? How much work I gotta do to open this on the live stream? It wasn't that much work. And then it's never gonna give you up. Never gonna. I love that you're listening to the music I turned you on to in that one. That is, what's something they found me, I can't remember what the name of it is. I don't know how, but they found me. Is that the name of the band? So we hit the second, and then little pop, and then little hop, and then little hop. I think you're doing like a full extra jump in here that I haven't been doing. You're also coming off of the first truck. With a lot less angle. And you get down here. And then lev. And then magically shift to the right. What the fuck are you doing, Noah? What's this, huh? Put some extra controls in there for yourself in the game, huh? You got a magic strafe jump button? Magically shift to the right. Got it. And then short hop. Barely land on this one. Short hop. Catch this one normal. Short hop. Wait, no, this is probably a long hop. It's probably held there. Alright, so there's a whole extra jump in that method, and I doubt that it works. It clearly doesn't work, no. Try and lie to me. Plus, I gotta figure out how to do this magic shift to the right shit. Okay. Okay, I didn't get any magic shift to the right shit. The Scully KO. Trust your clock. Indeed. Welcome back. 16 months on a 13-month streak. Put some clothes on the Scully KO. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. You're just in time for me to be pissed off about this game. There's an 8. That was an 8. And that was a hammer. Hammer followed by an 8. Hammer. Another hammer. It can't be as many jumps as I thought it was. Just that, and that, and then that. It's the same that I do. It's the same that I do, and there's a 7-7. What do we... Don't run fucking goddamn... Who wrote this auto-splitter shit? Yeah, there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing special about that. About that move. There's nothing that I'm not doing that I can figure out how to do any better. So we're stuck with 7-7s. And the occasional 7-5. And it's really just up to the game to decide, okay, we're gonna give you a decent start this time. And that was not how you do this level, again, buddy. And so you wasted 0.3 of a second. Okay, bad mega jump too. But I can pick up some speed by clapping the truck a little bit. Clapping them truck cheeks. Good, I like this. Beautiful. 11-4, now get on the outside. Land you. A little bit of a nose rub. Don't! It's all that doesn't need to happen there. And I'm on good pace. Hold space and release just before landing, it gives you a little boost. That's true. It's very touchy shit. But it's like, it's the Ghost Lev kind of effect. And there's a 7-6. Yeah, Ghost Levitation was something that gives you extra speed. Look at that start. Never get that fucking thing again. Oh! But no, that was a different start. But yeah, Ghost Lev speed is real. One of the crazy things that you can get, that I figured out in like 410 when I was grinding laser level 10. Dramatian's here. Hey, how you doing? In fact, let's see if I can do it. It's like you get some speed, but then if you land in a certain way with a certain angle here, so that you've got like that, but not, I don't want the full hover, I just want it to sort of pop it. I want to almost start to hover, but then pop it. This was the fastest possible way to start running in 410. In NoUtility, was like this. Not like that. You need just a little bit more, so that you start the hover, but you actually do land it and it pops. And the amount of speed that you get when you like get in the flow of doing that is crazy. There it was. That was it. Not that I can get there, but that was, you saw just how, like, big it threw me. Yep, like that. I got it back. But it's all by, like, having a certain momentum strafing to the left while turning to the right, and you get just enough of that ghost hover to get going. And it's been a long time since I, messed at all with this stuff, but I remember that was like the fastest possible way to start the run here, is to do boop, and then go. You gotta get it perfect. There it was. But yeah, I don't know how it continues after that. When running, I tap spacebar like crazy. I used to do a lot of spacebar slapping. Where the fuck is my mouse? Where is it? I can't find it. It's white on fucking cream. There it is. I found it. And then watching like Emily and Wolfie and stuff like that, looking at their key inputs, I was like, they're not doing that shit. Maybe they do now, but when they were going faster than me, and I was looking at it, and I was like, this, I don't think this is helping. But I'm trying to do that. I am trying to do your, hold the... Ooh, look at this. Hold the space bar while you're landing stuff. I'm trying to do it now. That was never going to this level, was never going to work because of that. Like, I had the wrong everything. But the fact that that went off when it did, there was no way through. I was never going to get through. Yeah, I'm now trying to do all the spacebar tapping. I'm sure you can hear it with my new compression settings. Would have been a weird way of routing it through. And hammering away. That was too close. And that's an 8.1. Horrible. And that was too high. I had to like come off of the strafe there for a second because it was going to overshoot. And that didn't work. And so we're done. Yeah, but I'm still not like picking up the the times, so. And it is just like introducing a lot more potential for me to screw it up because there's a lot of stuff that I'm doing now that I don't usually do, so probably gonna pull back off of that and just pick up the third rank or whatever that I can get without having to change everything. And god damn it, it's fucking the wrong level for that pawn. We were already on the pace for it today. It's a nice 7-6. Suck my balls, oh my god. It's at the point where you've been like giving it a lot of effort for a while and it just keeps throwing RNGing your way, you know? When I'm not paying too much attention to it and I'm just chatting with y'all, sort of a thing, then there's no reason to... Why would I get angry at that, you know? There's nothing going on here. I'm not paying that much attention. But when I'm really, like, putting my all in, and then I get to a place in the run, and the game's just like, Nope, not now. Not now. We just arbitrarily decided gonna throw a truck up in a way that you never seen it happen before. Stop you dead. Fuck up the run. Not now. Later. Not now. 7-9, absolutely horrible start. And then not now. The game said not now. Right there. You saw it say not now. Sometimes I cut it too close, I accidentally do a little hop on the truck I land on. God damn it. Alright, 2 7-9s to start. And level said not now. I think I was running it wrong too, because again, 5-4 is the bullshit level. And remember when physics taught you that it'll just throw you to the ground? Had to slow down, so I was gonna overshoot. You know, and that's another part of the speedrunning thing, is like, how much are you willing to let, how much authority are you gonna let the game have over your will to live, kind of thing, that, like, I can't demand these amazing times from this stuff, or else I'm just gonna lose my goddamn mind in an RNG-based experience like this. Good. Yeah, but it's one of these. Okay. I can make it work, it's just not fast. Outside, run, come on back. One more, get a little height. Damn it! Again? Again, truck in midair, upside down, I go right next to it, I'm supposed to get a jump off of it, so I'm not trying to preserve my height. If it's not there, and that truck just didn't it wasn't in my path at all, I wouldn't have assumed that I would get a jump from it. And so I would have maintained my height, I would have held on the spacebar, I wouldn't have come off the spacebar to get another jump, and I would have managed my lev appropriately. If it wasn't there, but it was there, and it just decided, maybe you didn't touch me. I know it seems like you touched me. Maybe you didn't. I know you've been further away from a dozen other trucks today that you've touched. Okay, that wasn't good. I don't know what I was doing there. Sometimes I come and that just happens. It's not the first time I've done it today. Sometimes I just come in and my brain says, I don't think you need to do that first jump. Cool. Cool. So yeah, 5-4. 5-4 is the one that I fuck up the most, followed by 5-7 probably, and then 5-5 that are just... Well, I don't know if 5-7 is my fault. I'm pretty sure I'm hitting these mega jumps reasonably when it just decides to fail sometimes, but 5-4 and 5-5s are the ones that my brain just gets to and then forgets. Just go forward here. Nothing more complicated than that. Just go forward, hold the button, and then 5-5, run off the side, him, get a little boost. Oh, what? What did I touch? I mean, I know what you think I touched, but there's no fucking way. If I didn't catch that truck in midair... Oh, cool! Fucking cool! I'm usually ready for it. One time that, like, I couldn't even see the trucks. I got so low, I had no fucking chance of even knowing. Usually I'm running slow and I'm high and I could see over the tops of them. How long have we been here? 153. The fuck's the mouse? I got so many things to complain about. Oh, by the way, this is the first day that we're doing a live stream when I'm on my new medication. So let me know if it seems like I'm a little bit more psychotic than usual. It's an antipsychotic I'm taking, so if anything, I should be more calm. This fucking game! But yeah, I'm on the aripiprazole, the low-dose aripiprazole today. To the tune of 0.083 milligrams, so barely any. Oh god, screwed that up. Hopefully it didn't matter. Nor did this. God damn it! Just in the right fucking spot where it's like I couldn't do anything about it. I was already like low on lev because I didn't do the jump right, so I couldn't like go around, or there was no alternate path. It had to be that line, and of course they had to put the fucking hammer in that line on that attempt. It's normal. 5.3 is normal for it to do that. It does that all the time. Does that shit all the time. It's just usually you can get over it. This is not, you don't do that here, remember? You do it here, not 5.2. I'm switching 5.3 to a single lev just to try and get the... Cool. Just to try and get the extra tenth of a second worth of speed out of it that I think is there if you don't lev twice. Cool. Yeah, see, that just jumped right over it. I almost wish you wouldn't have got me thinking about holding the space bar, Noah, because I'm doing it here and there and it's just throwing me off. And I'm not seeing like any huge time saves. We haven't come in with a 7 anything under 5 out of 5.1. 5.2 hasn't done anything miraculous. Doesn't seem to be making a difference here, the way that I'm executing it, so... Now it's just a thing in my head that's causing me to fuck with my routing, my pathing, my finger work. It's not your fault, it's just, I'm just saying, I almost wish that I didn't know, because now I'm messing up my game. Because it's in there, it's just in there. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe we should put a bullshit meter on Clustertruck Speedruns too, not just the swindle, huh? And then it's like every time I get to a point where it's... Nope, wasn't allowed to start the speedrun there, because hammer. Bullshit. You can have a counter. Tally. Oh! Some more bullshit! And then that, like, you get to good speed, and then, like, it's almost like the game wants to sabotage it. It's like, oh, you got good speed. I'm gonna make it so that anything that you come anywhere near is going to give you lift. Right? Now, in a couple of minutes, you're gonna be in a level where you desperately need some lift, and you're gonna pass within millimeters of a truck. But I'm not gonna give you any there. But, here where you don't want it, here's all the lift you want, you could possibly need more. Just to throw you out of the sequence and not let you get out of the first level for a couple of minutes here. Five, we clip, and come in, do a little jump like that. We hope that something doesn't jump up into our fucking faces. And we call that a speed run. We call that a game of skill. We hope that shit happens in a certain way. It's very much off my usual line. Your Clustertruck speedrunning is one of my favorite things to listen to, says this guy.
Do it,
It's wrong.
do it, pawn. Do it, pawn. Do it,
I love to listen to you, bitch.
Do it, pawn. 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 Do it. You can do it. We believe in you to do it. You can do it. Do it, pawn. Woo!
So I just inverted the way that I'm supposed to do those levels. It's it. Uh-oh. I was kind of trying to I was hoping to hit that. I got a 6.8 by inverting the way that I'm supposed to do those levels out of 5.3. I came through here and I just went for it and managed to save 2 to 3 tenths of a second, which isn't worth it, I don't think. It's not time that we need, and it's just another early, like, reset point that I don't want. I already got, you know, a couple of little reset points here on the first 2 levels, so I'll just go ahead and do the cross, right strafe back, do that, come on out. I get a 7-7-1, and we carry on with the run, and wait for 5-5 to throw a truck up in my face. Screw up my whole run. Or for me to get just slightly too much of a jump here. So this is why when we started the live stream I said, like, what I need to be doing is I need to be crossing to the left. Because the popper up ahead likes to throw those trucks. So that's what I need to do, is really cut to the left there and then just take that popper out of the mix of shit that can go wrong. You know, just mitigate all of the RNG down to its lowest. With the sturdiest routing we can find. And right up to 5.4, I feel like this is incredibly solid routing. And then 5.5, I gotta do like... yeah. Just like that. Except for 2 things. 1, I would have needed to be closer. And 2, that popper would have had to not fire at the earliest possible moment, which is what it did. Okay, and then 5-4 is just straight away on the right. And then sometimes some weird shit's gonna happen, but you're fine. 5-5. Get close. Might be overdoing it a little bit there. But get close, and then you gotta steer left. It's all very touchy, honestly, because see how I got too much there? So it's like, how do you control how much of it you get, and also jerk that thing to the left? It might be too much too, like, complex of movement to fall into the category of what I'm talking about, which is like, reduce the RNG, mitigate it, get rid of it with good routing, consistent shit, even if you gotta drop 2-3 of a second here or there. God damn the fucking hammer, when I get a decent start, speed-wise, the fucking hammer's coming down in the wrong place. Here it comes. Yep. This one I can get past. Not exactly a fast start, but it's my average. Nope. That's not how you fucking do it. I couldn't remember which level we were in. I got there, and it's all just red trucks and left mouse clicks and space bars. I couldn't tell where we were. I got no continuity here. Alright, 5-3. If I narrate, maybe I can keep track of where we are. Coming into 5-4. 5-4 is just a straightaway run on the right side, and then a touch. Just narrate it. That'll help. We're probably at the time for a live stream break, but I'd like to get a run that gets past 5-5 before we go to the live stream break. So 5-1. Okay, that's fun. Out with a 7-7. 5-2. We're just gonna go it. Right in the middle there. Lots of lev boosting. And then 5-3, we're gonna cut across. Gonna right strafe back, 2 levs. 2 levs is too much. Because of the way, because I leved across, I leved during the cross. Which I don't usually do. Okay, that was a very exciting opening. Still just a 7-8. And then we just get stopped because RNG. 5-1. Get low, get fast. Lev boost. 7-7 to start. Into 5-2. 5-2 is straight. Head straight through. This is what I need. I need
3, 2, 1, fire!
I need a guy like in, you know, racing, European racing. I need a guy sitting next to me going, okay, 5-4, this is a straightaway, right side. You want to touch one truck and then go out to the right. Lev 3 times. Alright, coming up on a hairpin. You see that? I'm hitting it beautifully, but I'm like, my mind is on the fact that I gotta turn to the left, so I'm actually hitting it too good, which means that I go too high, I hit the A-frame on the way out, and this becomes a non-viable fucking line. Like, it's just a bad way to run 5-5, maybe. Okay, the hammer isn't always going to be there. If I can just jump, if I could just get a fucking start here. On the outside. Hammer is always going to be there. It's not always going to be there. But there's a lot of RNG running this line too, is what I'm finding out. That doesn't help anything. You don't want to get that. See, I've been running on the right side, so my thinking has been the right side's dangerous. But then I go on the left side, and the left side is the same fucking shit. So it actually doesn't matter, and I should just keep doing what I've been doing because either side sucks. It's 5-5. There is no clean path. It's also World 5, which means it's all RNG. Alright, 5-1. Alright. Hard, 40 left. 5-2 is a straightaway. Right down the middle. Just keep running it. A little lev on your exit, maybe. You know, however you're feeling. 5-3 is a cross. Cross left. Then 2 levs. And then a early jump high out to avoid the potential for something to cross. 4-4 is a runway on the right. Touch 1 truck, get out to the side. 3 levs and out. 5-5 is a nose grind. Like that. But bad RNG, so we get stopped. The only reason I settled on that nose grind strat for my run is because I couldn't find anything better. Definitely not because the strat is flawless. Far from even. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything for 5-5. And that's how, I remember that's how it was when, you know, I started running, when I started running back in the day as a no ability exclusive runner. 5-5 was one of the worst levels in the game. For trying to run it flat, for trying to do something speedy. And so I think my solution in NA was to, you know, mega jump over it, which took out the RNG, which we could certainly do here, but I'm not, you know, I'm not going to. So, but I do think that there's just nothing for 5-5. There are problems on the right side, there are problems on the left side, there's nothing to be done. Coming to 5-3, left 40. I need the guy in the other seat reading to me from what I should expect from the course. Okay? Straight away on the right, touch a truck, 1, 2, 3, and out, into 5-5, it's a nose grind, and then try and head to the left. Alright, the nose grind didn't work, but we worked it out anyway. Mega jump out of 5-6, can lev out completely here. 5-7, need a boost, and do another nose grind, dig it hard to make sure you go over, try and land the third truck back. Carry the speed, but you do need to hit the front truck on the way out. Did I do that? Did I, like, lev over the top of it? I think I just was going so fast I went right over it whether I leved or not. I don't know. Felt different. That one hit different. We need to take a live stream break. We've definitely been here for 2 hours. We've been here for 2 hours and 11 minutes, so I just got a run out of 5-5, and that's what I said I wanted to do before we went to the live stream break, so this is my last attempt before we go to live stream break right here. You're watching it. Beautiful. Alright, to live stream break it is then. And when we come back, I'm gonna need one of you to volunteer to be the guy who sits in the passenger seat and reads to me what's coming up next. In the course. Thank you, the Scully KO. Yeah, well, I'll meet you back here in 7 minutes. Go grab yourself a snack or a drink or do whatever you're gonna do and meet me back here. Don't go anywhere, pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. We're speedrunning Clustertruck today, but before we get back to it, I figured I'd share with you the very just horrible thing that I've written to the OBS team here. That they've closed as not planned in just the amount of time that I've been live streaming, because I submitted this right before we started the live stream, so it took them an hour. It took somebody's ego an hour to run in here and go, closed as not planned, instead of, having to actually address the issues I brought up. So I'm going to read them to you. So this is a bug problem that I've reported with OBS, and it's called "The entire dock system is a failure." Expected behavior. I expected a customizable UI that supports CSS overrides like the other browser sources in OBS. I expected a docking system where the preview area isn't a special that doesn't abide the rules of the other docks. I expected a system that doesn't reject the ability to make a full column off of a split column. I expected to not have to find and enable a special mode, full height docks, to achieve basic configurations. I expected, when I did enable that mode, for it not to instantly destroy all dock positions I'd made until then, without a prompt, by the way, like, good user interface would do. I expected my positioning to persist once I selected lock docks, even as window geometry changes. I expected to have the ability to hide dock tiles and drag tiles so as not to waste valuable screen space. I expected a horizontal version of the controls dock as an option that doesn't waste screen space, one that contains the same info as the status bar, consolidating usable area. I expected that when the vertical studio mode is enabled, a vertical version of the button group within the stream preview area would also appear, aka a row of buttons, vertical, instead of the same button cluster from horizontal mode. I expected that the intent of a dockable UX in OBS would be to eliminate the need to maintain a browser window for monitoring the stream and tracking viewer interactions. I expected that as Twitch exposes nearly all of its Stream Manager panels as pop-outs, OBS's docks would exist nearly exclusively to take advantage of this kind of platform-supported modularity, but the dock system was clearly not held to any such standard of real-world use. What's the current behavior? Docks is a mess. It fails every basic UI design standard. It is objectively brittle, underfeatured, inconsistent, and full of expectation reversal and unfilled user promises. Lock doesn't lock. It prevents dragging, but allows dock geometry to change under any interaction, both user adjustments and changes to window geometry. The preview area isn't a dock, and lives by its own set of rules, which the user can only discover by poking at it. The toggle for full height docks destroys the existing layout without any warning when enabled. That's just a straight up bug. That's beyond bad design there, and that toggle is a plain admission of guilt to the undercooked system on display. It's a magic button that makes more configurations possible, but in a way that is utterly unintuitive. You basically have to create a non-full height layout with the intent of it being broken up in a certain way by the magic button, then hit the button and hope it gave you a footprint you can use to continue building out what you intend. Even then, the exclusivity between full rows and full columns paired with the one-off, I'm a full column in full row mode, fight me special rules of the preview area refuses many desirable setups and makes many of the other achievable ones a totally needless struggle to create. If you do somehow manage to get what you want, you are left with a brittle environment wherein moving a single dock could alter the layout irreparably, forcing you to rebuild from scratch. And even if you lock the docks down so you can't accidentally pull them out, you can always accidentally drag a dock's width/height. More so, switching between a floating window, a maximized window, and a full screen space will unseat all your width-height choices, as there is no real lock mechanism provided to preserve a carefully created space. Here's a tip. Your safest bet is to manually back up the profile configurations for the workspace you've created once you've got it how you want it, because a strong breeze is enough to topple it all over. What are the steps to reproduce this bug? Try to create a genuinely useful setup with docks. If you try to pack a full column chat with an activity feed, 3-track audio mixer, quick actions for controlling the stream, and the other basics, you will quickly find that what you can achieve in OBS Studio is significantly limited. First, by a convoluted docking system that can't just add a full width row onto a column layout, or vice versa. Then, by the lack of CSS overrides and basic dock configurations that are necessary to make the best use of a limited added space. Is there anything else we should know? I'm shocked to find that the project managers rejected a poll that added CSS functionality to docs in 2022, citing that the implementation didn't live up to the high UX standards of the project. The UX standards set by docs, as evidenced above, aren't anything to be precious about, and the functionality rejected would have band-aided several of the issues docs created. If it needs to be said, docs is not a mature system. It does not deserve delicate preservation. It wants many, many improvements, and those improvements will not come by treating it with kid gloves. Took them an hour to just close that down, as we don't plan to make a viable interface, so enjoy yourselves. Welcome back to the live stream. We'll be running Clustertruck, but before we do, I wanted to show you what I'm actually talking about here. So, for exclusively this moment, let's go over to the Get Real. Hi! This is my actual, desktop, not the fake one. But what I want to do is change this. In fact, I guess we'll have to go to Really Real to change this. We'll go to Really Real. I want to change this over to the other monitor and show you what's going on over here in order to make what I've been talking about possible. So, this is OBS. This is how I've reconfigured OBS in order to make it function in a way that kind of works. You can see I've got Live Split over here so that I can monitor that during the live stream. And underneath Live Split, I've got the controls and the stream info stuff that I hopefully shouldn't have to mess with during the live stream. But here we've got the live preview that OBS provides. Down here we've got the stream preview. This is Twitch feeding back so that I can see that, we're online and I can see what you guys are seeing. And I've got quick action buttons so that I can roll our ads. I've got an activity feed so that I can see things like the Scully KO played You Can't Trust the System 15 minutes ago. Kevin, shut up. And then I've got a big column worth of chat. I've got my audio mixer up here, and then I've got my scenes and my sources over here. It's a lot to pack into a small space, and I was able to achieve this, but it is so brittle that I can knock it over with, a sneeze. And if you look here under docs, you'll see that we've got options. Full height docs had to be enabled in order to achieve this setup, which is just fucking weird that you have to click into a special setting in order to be able to build a doc. This is just not how you do this, but they got 70% of the way there before they realized this isn't how you do this, and so they went, fuck it, let's just keep going. And then you've got lock docs. You know what lock docs doesn't do? Do you think that it would stop me from being able to change any of this? Do you think my docs should be locked? Because you're wrong. They shouldn't be locked. All lock docs does is prevent me from grabbing here, stream preview actions, activity audio mixer, and dragging it and popping it out and doing stuff like that. This is an objectively bad system that is half-cocked, half-conceived, and it's precisely what I expect from, OBS being another piece of freeware, very, very Linuxy kind of, it's written in C, and it's made by the kind of people who will give their time and their labor away for free to a project, but only on the weekends and only the way that they think it should be done. And it doesn't matter how many tens of thousands of, requests that they get for a feature. If they disagree with it, well, we're the project managers. This doc system is just bad. And if I wasn't terrified that I wouldn't be able to get this all working and back into the position that I have it in now, then I would show you just how bad it is by tearing it apart or starting from a new one. But I'm terrified because it took hours to get this working, and you have to trick it into allowing it by full height docs, but first you have to make rows into a certain format so that when you turn full height docs on, these rows will get stuck underneath this, because this is the preview area and it's not a real doc like the rest of them, and it's just it's the stupidest fucking way you could possibly do this. None of the things that have already been built in OBS have been reused. I can't override the CSS in this also browser source, or this browser source, or this browser source. It's all been reinvent the wheel, reinvent the wheel, reinvent the wheel, and then what goes on in this area is very much different than what goes on in this area. I can't show it to you now, but if I had more tracks, audio tracks showing, then I would have a horizontal scroll bar right here that is entirely different than this kind of horizontal scroll bar that appears on the browser window stuff. They got different kinds of look at this. I got nested vertical scroll bars here, one right next to the other. Do you think maybe one of those is unnecessary? This is the quality of OBS's shit. And people, say, well, they're doing it for free. How can you complain you're getting the software for free? I want them to fucking charge for it and finish making good software instead of continuously shipping shit half-broken systems over and over and over again and hoping, crossing their fingers that somewhere down the line, 20, 30, 40 years from now, enough people will have given, a after-work fucking polish to the program that it'll start to resemble something that you might, be willing to pay somebody for. This is shit. This is shit. And I just wanted to share that with you, that it is shit. And now I need to switch the display back over. Let's see, display capture. Put you over to the main guy so that we're not stuck to that the next time we do it. Back to our completely real desktop. I think we'd all just go back to Fraps. It's fucked. I just wish people would, demand to be paid for their labor and then give us, everything that they've got instead of feeling like there's an animus relationship that gets created between the user base and the makers of freeware, because the makers of freeware don't feel at all obliged to the user base. So you get thousands of people saying, I need this feature. Why don't you have this feature in there? And their response is, fuck you. I do this for free. You should be happy for whatever you get. If you want it, so you put it in there. In case it has to be said, that is not a good attitude to have. That is not beneficial to anybody. And yet that is the standard within the freeware Linux fucking culture there. Free to pay for it, I guess. Yeah. And that's the thing, is they don't demand that you pay for it. They don't create a straightforward pathway for you to really, that really encourages people to pay for it. So it'll never be good enough to make it worth paying for. If I had any sense that if I started paying for it, it would get better over time, then sure. But I have used in the past XSplit. XSplit is a paid, guy. It had its own problems, but it's been so long that I don't know. I don't know what the state of XSplit is anymore. But yeah, I'm at a place with just software in general where it's like, I use so much freeware. I'm a poor guy. And the stuff that I use the most, I do, and that I value the most, that I think is like a genuinely good effort by the people who are involved in it. I do pay for it. I do go around and make contributions. I've given money to the jackass who makes LiveSplit, which is it's not good. It's not a good piece of software, but it's one dude who has created something that we all use, and it's like, here's $10 for that. I've done that at least twice, maybe 3 times. I've thrown $10 at the maker of LiveSplit, because it's like, even though I frequently think about rewriting this program, even though I frequently think about doing this differently, I still value the fact that, you have done it and you've put it out here. I've been using it for thousands of hours. So yeah, here's $10 for that. So I practice what I preach, even with the guys who do make the freeware stuff, but it's just, I'm sick of LiveSplit kinda sucks, right? You know why it kinda sucks? Because it's free. OBS sucks. You know why it sucks? You know why it's always been like a glitchy, touchy little, but it doesn't work in 50 frames per second, but it does work in 60 frames per second. Oh, it's 2025, but there's still no, blur filter by default in the goddamn program. Holy shit. You're still relying on plugins for basic 3D transforms. Oh my god. These are basic things that shouldn't be plugins anymore, that someone should have come along and put into the program and figured out, this is the best possible algorithm that produces the best results for the least possible cost, etc. and so on. Like, these things should have been figured out, but they haven't been figured out. Why? Because nobody's getting paid. It's nobody's baby. It's nobody's baby because it's everybody's baby, and you know, it takes a village, but it also takes a parent. Someone has to take responsibility at the end of the day, and if nobody does, then you get what you get. And I don't like what we keep getting. And I especially don't like that the contributors to these things feel like fucking entitled to be, you know, to be treated a certain way or to make decisions for anyone and everyone who uses the software and just force them down your throat, even when they're fucking objectively awful decisions that everybody hates. And you're getting all this feedback, but well, it's the way that we've decided to go, and we know better than you because we're the developers. And if you don't like it, then you can fork it. Yeah, you can go fork yourself, motherfucker. Just like, if you would have just put a price tag on it, you could be making a $50,000 a year salary making this program, making this software, and then you would have an incentive to, like, smile to the customer and say, okay, I hear what you're saying, and we're going to work on that in the next version. What a horrible world that would be, huh? They need a competitor to make them do better. They won't have a competitor because they're not in business to sell it. So there's no such thing as a competitor. But yeah, I hate it because it starts to make me sound like a capitalist. I'm not. I am the opposite of that. I am a socialist over here. I'm just also like, I have my eyes open. I'm not going to be blinded by a philosophy, and my eyes have told me over the course of this life, having been a guy who was very much about, you know, the freeware culture and making things, just giving them away and all that kind of stuff, what I have seen is that the real world end of the day effect of this is that you end up with these shitty, half-developed, unfinished projects that the longer that they persist, you know, then they turn into, like, you know, community projects, and you get things like just Linux in general. You get the OBS project that seems very heavy and weighty, and it's been around forever, and it's a very mature, and it's like, look a little bit closer. Is it? Try and use it for more than the absolute goddamn basics. Try and use it without installing dozens of plugins. Just take a second and look at what you're talking to me about and tell me again that it's a mature, ready-to-go thing. Because it isn't. And it's not even getting there. And the, interactions that you can have with the contributors to the project are pretty discouraging. The number of things that you can see have been on the, to-do list that people have been asking for by the thousands, by the tens of thousands that are not getting addressed because the project contributors just don't think that their opinion is that that's unnecessary, or that's not in the scope of the project. That should be handled by someone else, by a plugin or by a fork or something. They've got opinionated ideas about like structure and philosophy and shit like that, and if you would just like, if there were a monetary incentive, by which I don't mean like getting rich, I mean just paying your bills, then you would be listening to the customer base, you would be listening to the user base, who is telling you, I need fucking CSS controls on the docks, and I need the docking system to not be this nightmarish to try and configure and to not prevent me from being able to configure it in the ways that I want it to be, to configure it. If you had some money on the line, if you had to pay your fucking light bill with this project, it would be a better product. It would be a better thing. But you're making shit software because it's a weekend warrior fucking price. It's after you come home and you're tired and your real boss has gotten, the best of you out of your coding, and then you sit down and you hack some shit out and throw it up to GitHub and pat yourself on the back like you're some kind of fucking warrior for software or something, but the software you've made is shit. It's not good. It'll do. It accomplishes the task, but it isn't refined, it isn't polished, and it's never gonna be. You refuse to do that. Hit. Come on. Pay attention, get it right. No! Fucking... Half the time I need the lev there, and half the time I don't. Is there some idea in Buddhism that things are the way they are, and that suffering comes from your expectation or desire for it to be different, so either change or accept it, I guess? That sounds like Buddhism. I mean, I don't, the sort of like, indoctrinated, you know, I'm a Zen Buddhist in the first place. I can give a shit about what Buddhism says. But the indoctrinated religious Buddhists and that kind of thing, like, we live in a real world is the deal. And that real world is not real. And neither are you. You're not real, I'm not real. But we're all living in this false world, and so it's real. And you can't, like, supplant reality with, you know, high-minded philosophy. So the idea of just accept it is like, well then, alright, we'll just accept when people take over our governments and, you know, all that kind of shit. No, we've got to have standards, and it's very good to shout at people and demand that they live up to those standards, even when you know they're not going to. Because what you've done is you've put a needle into their back of their head. You've heaped a coal onto their heads, and it's going to keep burning. It's going to be there. Whoever it was that read my my thing before they marked it as, you know, we're not going to do anything about it, go fuck yourself. That person now has all that shit in their head, and every time that they have to actually interact with the dock system, and they struggle with it, they're going to be thinking about it. And so, like, 4 years from now, that person will have forgotten that I wounded their ego by pointing out that docs is shit, by being the first one to say, this is bad, and you guys need to fucking haul it back. They'll have forgotten that, but they'll still have that little burning ember in the back of their head that tells them it is shit, and somebody needs to do something about it, and they might actually try and repair it. They might actually fix it. You know, the squeaky wheel does get the grease. And the trick is to not, like, hang your own happiness as a human being on whether or not you can get the world to conform to what you think is right. But that doesn't mean you hang up the attempt to, you know, be a participant in the world and to have standards and to ask people to live up to those standards, reasonable standards. This is not how you do this level, but it does work out. Yeah, it does work out pretty good there. Okay, now do this one. This one takes a little bit of thought, usually. I thought I could hit the truck, and then I tried to back it up by going for the pusher itself. Can I just say, I work with AutoCAD daily, a very expensive software that was first released in 1982 and managed by Autodesk, a massive software company, and it sucks absolute ass and annoys me every day about how incomplete and hacky it is. Rumor is they can't actually fix some stuff because the people that wrote some of the stuff for it have long gone, and nobody currently working there knows how it works. You know, I'm not saying that that capitalism solves anything. I'm saying we would get more often a better solution. We would more often get a better solution if people demanded to be paid for their time. If people just, you know, because it's in part, it's about, you know, getting paid for your fucking time. But the other part of it is just when you have that kind of, like, incentive, you're going to perform your best. You're going to be right there with it. When it's really your baby, when you absolutely take ownership of the fucking thing, then you're going to give your all. You're going to make something that really, really works and that really, you know, is good. And when you're, you know, random participant number 19 to some project that nobody is the owner of, I'll put it to you this way, and this is specifically, you know, Noah and Sarah. How's the verification going in the Clustertruck form? How many runs have been verified by anyone other than Sarah? There's no profit incentive. There's no, you know, there's. I do, I think, a damn good job of going around to people when they, you know, ask about, when's my run gonna get, you know, verified and shit like that, and I will, you know, take the time to write them a detailed DM explaining that, you know, we're a volunteer community, and we're going through a lull right now, but don't worry, you know, these things always break, and they always respond positively because I you know, I'm earnest and sincere, and I don't try and hide the reality of the situation from them. But I'll tell you what, if there were a little bit of money in it for you know, Mr. Glainer to fucking show up and do some goddamn verification that he's never done since the first 5 or 6 runs that he did, then we wouldn't have the backup that we do. You know, Sarah wouldn't be the only one who can't get a fucking run verify. You know, there's something to it. But also, another thing that I would consider with AutoCAD, doesn't AutoCAD follow, like, isn't it built on a standard that is, like, a not-for-profit standard, though? Like, the software itself is paid software, but the file format or something like that? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Your point still stands. This was bad, but it was recoverable. That's not bad. We didn't lose that much from me doing that ridiculously like I did. Okay. Fuck! If I just would have gotten on the outside, but I was hesitating between left strafe or right strafe. When the code wizard demons get taken away, sometimes you just have to admire how shiny the glass ceiling is. In that case, I think we can confidently say TF has ownership over CE. There you go. It is very proprietary in every single way, is it? I could have swore that, like, the basic... I don't know. But yeah, there's definitely still, like, those old guys. I'll tell you what, those old guys who administer... who are running CAD and shit, those are the guys who go home and make fucking Linux. Those are the guys... Those are exactly the fucking guys. They are hyper-opinionated about the way that things should be, and just the way that you know, because they're the only ones who started doing it or got it going early, and now everyone has to listen to their hyper-opinionated shit. It doesn't matter how much the customer complains, because there's no significant alternative. And those are exactly the fucking guys. They go home and they work on fucking KDE and Fedora, you know, on the weekends. I mean, there's nobody has to make the argument that capitalism doesn't solve all the problems. Fucking Microsoft and shit. If anything, like, corporate capitalism is probably, like, can be lumped into the same problem that freeware has, because it creates a barrier where nothing is anyone's baby. Nothing is anyone's true responsibility. You know, everything is something that somebody else at the end of the day, you know, no one actually is responsible in a corporate environment. When you have to pull the shit, oh, fuck this up. You have to pull the parachute. And the golden parachutes come out at the corporation. Nobody's held responsible. It's a limited liability thing. And so their only interest, is getting the most money that they can get out of it for themselves as individuals. You know, CEO doesn't care if he has to run the whole company into the ground, if running the whole company into the ground will increase his stock price as he exits. You know? But on an individual layer, you know, level, that's what I'm saying, is the guys who started OBS could be making their living off of OBS right now, and not by raping people for, you know, charging them ridiculous or turning into software as a service and all that kind of stuff, just by having a generically reasonable standard for, listen, how much do you need this software? how much of my time, actually? Like, let's forget about that. Let's forget about the idea of the free markets ideas about an economy that should be built on scarcity modeling. Fuck! Okay, that did get me through. I don't need to do that. Because we're just going to slow down and take a jump right there. We got no jump out of it anyway. But take the scarcity model out of it and just say, how much time do you have into this? What amount of, labor do you have, and how much do you need to feed your fucking family? And you find a number. And you say, this is how much money I want to make, this is how many people are using the software, so I put this price tag on it, and now it's like my bread and butter, and now I have an obligation to every one of these customers who I've, sold this to fulfill their expectations when their expectations are reasonable. Whereas right now, the OBS project has no obligation to anyone to do anything ever, and they act like it. Wait a sec, AutoCAD even goes so far as to mark .dwgs that were modified with other software, so you get a notification every time you open it saying it was modified with unauthorized software. Your suggestion of freeware devs holding their software ransom intrigues me. I mean, you and I have both developed little bits of software, but like, to further cement my argument, Noah Craw, are you happy and satisfied with the state of the Clustertruck mod, what is it? The Clustertruck Speedrun mod? Is it at the state where you would be willing to put a price tag on it? Or are there like a dozen things that you know and that you planned that you wanted to do, but there's no money in it and you've got to make your money elsewhere and you got to do the so it lives in the state that it lives in, which is fine. It works fine. It doesn't do everything we want it to do, but it does what we need it to do, and that'll do. Right? That's what we get. Look at my application, Split RP. Fucking insane. Imagine, like, I wrote the thing with the idea that it can be configured for any speedrunning community to be able to automatically detect and process a video of a speedrun. You shove it in there, and at about 120 frames per second or something like that, maybe even more, on a 720p video, it analyzes every single frame to see whether or not it's a split or a pause, some kind of speedrunning signal for that LiveSplit would recognize. It marks it down, it tallies up the score, and tells you exactly what the run should be marked as by IGT and RTA and everything else. That's amazing. That's fucking amazing. You know what market exists for that? But haven't put a price tag on it. So what state is this in? I made the beginnings of a user interface for it, and then burned out, and so it's a fucking ugly as hell blue thing with 3 buttons on it, and one of them that's labeled magic button. Press this to try and find a nested speed run in a live stream recording. You know, it's ugly as hell, but does it work? Fucking works. It's just not, it's not nice to use. It doesn't offer you all the features. It's got some major inconveniences in it, and I wanted to continue working on that. I wanted to make that into everything that it could be, but at a certain point you burn out on the project, and you have other responsibilities, and your time is worth something, and you need to put your time elsewhere. And if you've got a place where if I put my time here, like, maybe people will appreciate it, maybe they won't. Maybe people will just use the software and never think twice about the fact that I busted ass for 3 months coming up with the fucking code that makes it work. You know, if there were some kind of incentive, both of our software, all of our softwares, would be much better. If there were an incentive to keep making it and to polish it and to get it to the point where everybody, you know, understands, click a button and it installs itself. Click another button and it just does the thing that it's supposed to do. If we were demanding to be paid for our labor and could demand to be paid for our labor, then we would be producing better stuff. We wouldn't be leaving stuff so, like, half done. My reason for not working on it goes a bit deeper than I'm not getting paid for it, though. but that is a fair assessment. Yeah. Like, it's not even about, like, the I'm not getting paid for it. It's that there are priorities, and your time has value. And where are you going to put it? I've only got so many hours in this life, and I got people who are depending on me in a variety of ways, including myself depending on me to pay the bills and shit like that. And I'm objecting to it on a moral level at this point, too. It's like, my whole philosophy is, you are doing the same thing to yourself that the capitalist bosses are doing to you when you do labor for free. And I will make a distinction between volunteer work and labor. When you're putting together a project that requires, you know, very specific skills that you've developed in your profession kind of thing, that's labor. Volunteer work, going to, you know, a community environment and participating with other people to accomplish something, you know, where no one... like, there's a difference between going to the Zen Center and, you know, pulling weeds for an afternoon to volunteer a little bit of labor to your spiritual community, and putting hundreds or thousands of hours into a software project, and then never asking to be remunerated for it. But I think it encourages a certain mindset too, you know, where you're not ready to self-represent. You're not ready to demand what you're entitled to when you get too deep down that road of, you know, hey man, let's just all do everything for free. It's like, if you can get a commune started and everybody's doing that together, then sure. But out here in the real world, yo, I am suffering at the lack of these unfinished projects that y'all are putting out, because you refuse to just have the standard of saying, listen, I put a lot of effort into this, you've been using it a lot. Damn it, I was on great pace. Pay me. Lava Lamp says, ideal solution, Clustertruck Speedrun submission website hosted on Amazon Web Services or something. Fully automated, it's a text box that accepts a Twitch VOD or YouTube link with a time code and a PayPal checkout button. $1 per run verification, runs your code on the back end and updates the leaderboard. Maybe any times in the top 3 gets some manual verification. You know? It could be, my system of split RP could be totally automated. We can pull the speedrun.com API to find out what runs are waiting. We can get the link to the video. We can have YouTube DLP download the video, and the software can automatically process it and prepare an HTML document showing you what the times were without anyone ever laying a hand on the software. It can all be done. Who wants to do it now? Because it's my project, I'm the guy who knows how it functions. But right now I'm working on this other project for my Twitch live streams, because it's what I'm into, but also, like, one of the incentives that can keep me coming back to this is that at the end of the day, I'm hoping to have a system where if you subscribe to me on Patreon, if you're supporting me every month to the tune of $5 there, where I get 90% of the revenue, in fact 95% of the revenue, I believe I get on Patreon, instead of supporting me with $5 a month here on Twitch, where I get 40-some% of the revenue, I'm gonna give, you know, my system is gonna recognize that you are a Patreon supporter, and thank you for that, and here's a whole bunch more cool shit to play with in chat, because the contribution you're making is supporting me at double the rate. And I'm going to encourage and promote people to support me on Patreon instead of on Twitch. when I have that system running. I'm also planning to integrate PayPal so that you can make a one-time donation and see, you know, benefits to your account here on Twitch and across the live streams. And if I start live streaming on YouTube, it's not a Twitch-centric system. It's my system. Wherever I'm running it, it will have all of the information that it needs. That's the idea. But there is, you know, an incentive in that when we do that, like if everybody who like Twitch is very up and down in terms of the income that I make in a month. But in like our bad month, a bad Twitch month where I only get a check from Twitch for like $60 or something like that. If every single person who subscribed through Twitch and that ended up giving me $60 went through Patreon, that would be $120 a month instead. And that's a huge difference when you're living in poverty on the streets of Detroit with a chronic debilitating disease. If I could just, you know, do a little bit more of a sales pitch for supporting me somewhere. 120 instead of 60 is major. That's a bill paid. That's way closer to solvent. And that's just on one of the bad months. That's like the worst month that I'll see out of Twitch is $60. It could be 120 if everybody was going through Patreon instead of Twitch. And that would be, you know, in addition to the people who regularly support me on Patreon, which is a more consistent source of income for me. And most people do, you know, support it like $5 a month through Patreon. And so I usually see 100 and something already through Patreon. So it'd be like doubling my Patreon income. Which is just, you know, it's where the people who are, making the stuff that you enjoy actually can get paid. On platform YouTube and Twitch, we are getting peanuts as people are taking the lump sum. We are getting, you know, they claim half, but then when you break down the numbers, it ain't half. It ain't half. It's 40-something% of advertising revenue that we didn't, you know, have any say in how much it should be or what types of ads are going to go on our videos or whatever it is that we're making. Just people shoved it down our throats and took most of the money. And so I'm trying to break out of that system, and that incentivizes me to continuously work on what I'm calling Project Ice Cream. God damn it, that was, again, good pace. We're getting on good pace regularly. If I can just get past some of these fucking choke points. Give me a command line interface and I'm down. Wait, to what? But then, how would I get my fancy emotes? I mean, if it matters to you, there's like Frank TV, there's like a bunch of plugins that enable off-site or off-platform emotes to function in chat for anybody who's got those plugins built in. You know, there are ways around this shit. Ah, damn it. I clapped it instead of coming down on it. It's a nice big throw, but it took too long to get off. Okay, let's get a nice big throw here, too. That was not a nice big throw! God damn it, we're in that fucking 5-7 hell again. Like, I gotta do that every time now, because it won't give me a truly viable throw with a reasonable angle anymore. BTTV. Yeah, I think that's it. BTTV. But I think there's also something that's like Fred or Frank TV or something like that. I've never used them, but I see them. I see the names next to each other. BTTV and Frank TV or something like that. But yeah, there are other emote systems. It's basically just down to a plugin that probably is basically stylus. It's just a CSS override that brings in a different set of emotes that you can use, and anyone else who's got that plugin installed will see them too. So we can support that functionality. There's nothing Twitch does that I can't do on my end. Just gotta take the time to write it. What are you doing? I don't know, but I felt it, and look at how it worked out for me. We lost like a second and a half, probably. I don't know. Yeah, it didn't matter, because that was always going to happen on 5.5, so maybe I was just fucking around because I knew. Franker face? There's BTTV, says Danyan, FFZ, and 7TV. Yeah, and actually, like, a lot of these chat windows just by default support those other emote sources. Like, I see Franker face. You posted Franker face? I got that. And I'm just using, you know, Twitch chat. Can I PB real quick? Alright, sorry. I'll wrap this up for you. Especially since I'm golden. Might as well. Fuck! You want to go to bed. Alright. I'll try focusing now, but you know, when I focus, I'm just gonna get angry at the game. You understand that, right? Well, we were talking about AutoCAD and OBS being shit and Linux being a fucking hellscape of opinionated assholes who know nothing about... They've got their ideas, don't they? They've got their ideas, and it doesn't matter that the entire rest of the world has chosen Windows for a reason, and has chosen... And like, even the tech guys, even the techie bros, you know, people like me, I have been trying to get into Linux as a desktop environment all my goddamn life. I keep coming back to it, and I've come back to it for the last time because you guys, you continue to make your opinionated decisions that have nothing to do with making a useful desktop environment. You've got your ideas, and your ideas are king, and that's it. And it doesn't matter what, you know, the people using the software think or are asking for or demanding. They don't understand. They don't understand that we do what we do for reasons that the average person can't comprehend. That's why we decided to create a system where when you try and open a .conf file in a protected directory, you'll be asked for your fucking password 3 times in the same 20 seconds. God damn it! It's gonna be hard to go to sleep with me yelling like that occasionally, Noah. Fucking 5.7 again. On great pace. And there was nothing fucking wrong with my setup except for that I didn't overdo it. I did it exactly the way that it should be done. And that should have been enough to throw me. But for some reason, we're in a cycle right now where the game just demands me to grind my fucking dick into the side of the fucking thing, or else I'm not gonna go anywhere. And thank you for 3 fucking hammers in a row, cock! Yeah, all you gotta do is yell at it. I told you, there's a value to yelling at people. You get... get the work out of them that they should have been giving you the whole time. Have fucking standards. This world is so full of, like, people trying to convince you not to have standards, not to hold people accountable, to, you know, accept that things move slow and all that kind of shit. And it's precisely why we're in the boats that we're in right now, is that people have been convinced. Yeah, okay. I guess we'll just wait for equality. I'm sure it's coming eventually. Nobody's doing anything about it. We'll continue to wait for the lead pipes that are feeding the water supply of Detroit. Pay attention. We'll wait for them to somehow remove themselves from the ground, since the city of Detroit can't be bothered to actually address the issue since the 1970s. Oh, god damn it. Nothing I can do about that. That's just the game suddenly arbitrarily flipping a truck into my face and ruining my speedrun. Now, I could have done something about this. I could have done that better, obviously. But it's fine, because I'm going to go through this level faster than anyone's ever Trying to fall asleep here. Can't keep it down. As I've been saying all this stuff about, like, hyper-opinionated people who refuse to answer the wants and demands of the people who actually use their software and use their products and stuff like that. As my Zen master used to say, and he said this sarcastically, well, if the chef likes the food... You ever heard that expression before? Well, as long as the chef likes the food, I'm sure the restaurant will be fine. You know? Doesn't matter what the customer thinks, right? The chef is very opinionated about the correct preparation of this food, and I think we should all just pretend like we agree. You know? Our palates are just unsophisticated, so I guess what we should do is just keep coming to the restaurant to be, told that our palates suck and to be served food that we don't like, and I'm sure that'll work out. I'm sure. Look at that. There's a way through. I'm sure the restaurant will not go out of business just because it refused to cater to the fucking people who are supposed to be eating the food. Well, you want something. There we go. No! Okay. I can still walk it in anyway. And 5-9. Just do this, and do this. And then get a nice little jump. That jump didn't work at all. Probably still PB. I don't know. I can't really look over to the splits yet. I'm not gonna do it now that I'm ready to put it in. Let's just find out.
Run faster, jump higher.
There you go. I got it, Noah. You can go to sleep
Everything
now.
is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team.
I brought in a sub 130 anyway. And that's pretty good. That's alright. As we can see from what I dropped after 5-7, and 5-9 didn't come in good at all either, and that was actually a time save, so could we have had all 3 seconds? Absolutely. What we still have on the table then is like 2 seconds. I mean, look at 5, well, no. What we have on the table, if I was up to 2.6, and we assume like that's the best, which is also wrong, because we lost 0.3 and 5.6, so then 2.9, we assume there was 3 seconds on the table and we only saved 1.3 of it. I've still got 1.7 seconds, just by this routing and just by this delivery, which gets me down to 127.1, which is exactly what we wanted, right? No. Yes. 127.1. Yeah, 127.1. Good night, Noah. Thanks for sticking around for the PB. You just had to ask, and then I gave it to you. See, I responded to the demands of the... Hey, wait a second, you need to pay me. No, before you leave. Could beat my 27.8 for seconds, says Sarah. Really? What are these times again? What the fuck are the times? Oh, man. Oh, God, did I close it all down? No, I didn't. It's just not up. There we go. What are these times again? Oh, it's all 128. I thought 127 was the number, but it's all 128. So I just need to save 1.7 seconds, which is what I have to say. Yeah. I was doing my math wrong there. The Scully KO gifted 20 goddamned subs. Thank you so much, the Scully KO, for the fucking subscriptions, huh? Way to celebrate that I got a ranking. I'm still in the same ranking, actually, but it's a better still in the same ranking than it was before. Thank you so much to Scully KO, and welcome to the Big Dick Club. Why So Canadian? Emily Saylor, hey, Robocob, 37, Dom Rocks Music, Kenneth 1, GI Thumbs Up, Tisapef, Noah Kra, Gemini Pa. Gemini Pa. And then we've got Zelabirth, we got the Loot Hoarder, we've got Ereboros, Cerastes, Persona Zerona, 100% Jab, Sickmind33, Dr. Douche MD, Benny D Creatives, or DC Creatives, and then Danyan and 2% Skill. Everybody got a sub. You get a sub, and you get a sub, and you get a sub. Scully says, I made you a capitalist by paying you for that. I was never, and I will never be. Yes. But everybody's subbed now, and now I got a big old sub count, and I can walk around slapping my dick on people with lower sub counts than me. Do I keep going? That is what you get to do when you have a big sub count, right? You just get to slap your dick on anybody who's got a lower sub count, right? That's why I always try to keep it, somewhere in the 20s or 30s, because nobody's got a sub count. It's not even, I don't even use the privilege. I just don't want to get slapped with somebody else's dick. And so, knowing that on any given day it would take like Aaron Hansen or fucking Pootie Pie or Felix. Felix and Pootie Pie are the same. I don't know. There might be two different people. It would take a large ninja, it would take a larger streamer. It's just rare. Just rare. I know I'm not going to get dick slapped. I guess I keep going at 129. Do I keep going at 129? I want to be in the 128s, and we know I can get there, and I'm certainly running well at this point. Like, the numbers looked pretty damn good. I don't know if the numbers did look good, but it felt good. It felt like I was running fast. If anything, I'll be honest with you, I don't know what I did on that run. Because I have been kind of blacking out on it. I've just been running it and not really worrying about it, not paying attention to it, so I don't know what happened. Google is on the screen? Oh, thank you. Close that down. Chromium, and it's ungoogled Chromium, so there's no Google involved. And ungoogled Chromium has been so ungoogled that you actually have to like install special software to make it accept Chrome plugins and stuff. So, if anything, it's been a little bit too ungoogled. But, highly opinionated devs giving shit away for free. What are you gonna do? Shit. You PB'd in Forest? How'd you do? You were fighting 119? Was it a 119? It's the last one that I remember seeing. What'd you get? 115. That's very good. Where does that put you on the leaderboards? Because I felt like I should not have second rank in Forest any percent. You're at 117, that's right. I thought there might have been an update that I only half registered. But it did go from like 119 to 117, and now you got a 115. So you're doing it in 2-second increments. Keep going. Did I spend all my lev like a... How did that happen? Did the opinionated devs of Clustertruck reach in and fire off a bunch of my lev? Because they can do it, If you've got Twitch integration on, they can do it. Congratulations, Danyan. Danyan. I'm at 110? Yeah. Yeah, and that's my second rank, and it's like, I'm not the best at anything in any percent. This isn't right. Someone should... But Forest is just an awful run to have to do. It's very tedious. So, not a lot of people want to do it. Still 5th, but more safely 5th. Ah, okay. How close is the next rank? Like, are they all 111s, or is there a spread to it? Because a lot of times there's like a big traffic jam cluster at the top with the top 3 or 4 runners in a category. 4th and below is 111. Yeah. Yeah, that happens a lot. Me and TF don't want to play the game enough. Hang on. Ooh. Ooh. That might have been helpful. I can't say for sure. But it seems like... Fuck. Seems like it didn't matter at all. The run's dead. Me and TF don't want to play the game enough to grind Forest. Says Sarah, yeah. What is it about Forest, in fact? Diane, since you're running it, what's the bitchiest part of it? Is it getting it started with the 2-1? Or I would imagine as often as you do the 2-1 that, you know, that would sort of take care of itself. But then the fastest 2-2, is it the fence line thing? Do you have to do the fence line thing, or can you just do it with a pause skip? You do the fence. That's got to be a little bit bitchy. As I remember that was never like a sure thing. There's definitely you get into a certain rhythm, a certain pattern, and you throw at the same spot every time, but it's never 100%. See, this is why I should be doing 5-4 the way that I know is safe instead of the way that I know is a little bit faster. 2-1, you gotta get good times. 2-2, lame. 2-7 through 2-10, hard to do fast enough. 2-9 is a son of a bitch, and then 2-10, you have to do that first try, you gotta do it instantly. But 2-9 is just, long, and it's mean. It can be mean. You know, there's a hit where there's a pause skip, pause bounce where it takes you all the way with just lev, and then there's a pause bounce where it takes you all the way but you gotta drop the truck under you, and then there's the pause bounce where you gotta land the truck and keep going and then lev out. And so I always felt a little bit like fuck 2-9. But I always felt that way because, like I say, I started in NoUtility, and in NoUtility 2-9 is... You get into a rhythm with it, certainly, but it's nasty. It's one of the nasty ones when you're, you know, coming up, when you're learning the game, trying to develop a speed run. 2-10's actually, I would say, probably easier in NoUtility than 2-9. Beautiful. Okay, that's a pretty good 5-6. I think that gets in with a decent time. 7-1. No, it's just an average time. Okay, we're up and over. Fuck you! Being right there at that fucking moment. When has it ever been right there at that fucking moment? God damn it. Oh, did I ace it? Oh, thank you for the extra points. By the way, we were speaking earlier about Noah's Clustertruck mod speedrunning tool, and one of the things that really needs to be integrated that I have done on my install here is I found the line when we were first figuring out what we had to do in order to modify Clustertruck to make it into what we need for these mod tools that we've got. I found the line that allows you to control the loudness of just the airtime points. And so if I were to get some airtime points... Okay, it's not gonna give me any. Fuck you too, game. Sometimes it's just bitchy like that. Really? Is it because I've got the, like, levitate ability? Do you not get airtime points when you've got the... got these abilities? I swear we've had them. Hang on, let me do one of these. Oh, I don't have the truck, so I ain't gonna do it. Okay, I guess I can't. But, so when you increase the frames per second, like we do, to 240 frames, there's a problem with the audio, the game's audio, where it starts to actually like stretch and distort and stuff like that when it gets too loud, and it has to do with the frame rate. So if you reduce the volume, it works better, and so I've done that. I've turned it from 50% to 25% volume on those, and that really ought to be... Ah, damn it. That really ought to be in the mod, because, you know, there still are some of us who play with the in-game music on. I know most people have given it up. Ooh, is this gonna be super fast? No, just good. Fuck. I've definitely, like, found the bottom. My jumps are getting super low and things are feeling super fast. Good. Uh-oh. There we go. I made it work. Just make sure you get a big one out of here. Good. No! God damn it, too early on the fucking lev. I'm trying to hit the third one back. It's the perfect one to hit. Gets you the most speed. But I do feel tuned in. Look at that, seven fives and 7 sixes instead of 7 sevens and 7 eights, which is what we were getting before.
We are many, you are but one.
Thank you for the follow, who the hell ever follow. I'm in the middle of a speedrun. I can't even look over and find out that it was you, Lego somebody. Lego galore. Was it Lego galore? It's something like that. I saw part of it. I saw enough of it when I glanced. Yeah. Okay, this isn't good. Fine. God, that was just bad. Bad movement. But it was coming off of the back of bad movement, so you understand. That was bad movement on bad movement on bad movement. Never seen anyone speedrun this game. Well, you've come to the right place if you want to see a speedrun of this game, because, I am 5th in the world in any percent. I've got 2nd in Forest we've been talking about. In Forest World, in any percent. But this is NoUtility percent we're running here. So NoUtility percent allows you to have a, what's it called? A movement ability, and we've chosen levitation for the speedrun. So I'm using levitation, but I don't have a utility. Which in the speedrun usually we would have if I step out here and look at the abilities. For any percent we choose levitation, and we choose the portable truck. But for NoUtility, just lev. And I have actually, this is not my category, this has never been my category, but I'm trying to get up and running on it. And it's a movement-based category. At this point in the history of Clustertruck, our any percent speed run is no longer like moving through the game. It's one trick that you do over and over and over again. There's 2 or 3 tricks in total, but 80 of the 90 levels or whatever are basically one trick that you do at the beginning of the game now. So these other categories are a little bit more true to the sport. That doesn't help me. Okay, hey, I did it okay. And I got the boost. Just let me through! See, now, it was because of the middle hammer. That middle hammer that I expected I would, like, run and jump off of. So again, I came off of the spacebar, and it's the kind of thing that just happens automatically. You don't choose to do it. I've been running the game long enough that it's in the muscle memory. So when I see that situation, my thumb lifts off the spacebar, because it knows that that's going to be best. Except when it isn't. Kind of want to learn NUPS, but I'm so bad at regular movement. It's a skill that you definitely got to develop. Hearing about your speedruns of this game is why I started tuning in. I can't remember how long ago. This is Why So Canadian. Why So Canadian? Probably the Connor Ace SGDQ debacle. If you don't know, I was picked to go to Summer Games Done Quick 2019 to run this game in the knowability category, and then a lying cheater submitted a false run, who had submitted a false run, complained that even though his fake run was faster, he had not been chosen. Which they hadn't. They had chosen me, presumably because I am a YouTuber and a live streamer and I have an audience and stuff like that. But he had friends at Games Done Quick, and so when he complained, they came along and fixed it for him. And he went to Games Done Quick instead of me. And then later on, we found out that that speedrun that he had submitted to Games Done Quick was a fake. It had been manufactured just for Games Done Quick. It wasn't one that he had made to fool the rest of us. It was just to get him into Summer Games Done Quick, and he knew that he was competing against me because I actually was the one who got him to submit on accident. Because I reached out to Connor when I first was like, I think I want to try out for Games Done Quick here, and the reason why I reached out to him was I wanted to do knowability, but I thought it would be cool for the show if we had not just knowability, but we also had an any percent runner, and Connor was an any percent runner. He was not a knowability runner at all, and his performance at Games Done Quick shows it. But he didn't meet his estimate, by the way, that he gave him. But so we eventually discovered that his run was falsified, the one that he submitted to GDQ. He lied 1,005 times to try and avoid acknowledging that that was, in fact, the case. But we did eventually suss him out, and because he had so many friends on the moderation staff and had been a moderator himself for the game for so long, there were no consequences for Connor at the time for having lied and misrepresented our community at Summer Games Done Quick and, you know, screwed me out of the thing. But Apollo Legend did a video on YouTube about the situation and had an interview with me explaining how I found out that he was cheating and all that kind of thing. And then some years later, okay, this will do-ish. Some years later, we then discovered that the rest of Connor's runs were also suspect and wrong and bullshit. That a world record that he had set that took the first sub-19 run, supposedly, of the game in any percent, that had been spliced. That was a forgery as well. And eventually there was a changing of the guard. Wow, that was really close. Changing of the guard in the who was running everything, who was running the moderator community, and so all of Connor's runs got removed from the leaderboards, and AJ took over, and it was AJ and Snakeathon, and eventually they invited me to be a moderator, and then things happened, and I became the moderator, and I am now the super moderator for the Clustertruck leaderboards. And that's the short version of the story. But if you're wondering where it was that you heard of me, it was probably someone's coverage, probably Apollo Legends coverage. of the Summer Games Done Quick 2019, they had a cheater on the show. They had a literal, an actual splicer came on and represented the game of Clustertruck by successfully submitting them a spliced run, which was definitely a story. Let's see. Yes, it was that, and that was the video. Talking about Connor gets you pretty good times, Sarah. The spite fuels him. You know, I was just... I was pretty happy to, you know, find how he had cheated, because I fucking could smell it all over him. I knew it. He was lying all over the place. He had backstabbed me, you know? He submitted in my category, a category that he didn't really run, that he wasn't any good at, that he wasn't prepared to run, that I'd been preparing for months before we even, you know, before SGDQ came along. I had been preparing it for GDQ. You can go back and find like live streams of me a month before the submissions were open, like actually trying to change the way that I do my live stream and taking out curses and stuff and being like, we gotta get ready for GDQ and I can't be going, fuck this fucking game at GDQ. So, I knew that the bastard was lying. I knew he was full of shit, and I'm just happy that I was able to find a way to find the splice, because it was real hidden in there. All 10 of them, or however many there were, which shows you just how bad he was at NoUtility, that he had to splice together like several runs in order to get one submission-worthy run in. And also, that run, he claimed, was the world record. It was supposed to be the new world record. He submitted it to GDQ, and then he never submitted it to our leaderboards, and that was a pretty big fucking tell, right? Go around saying, hey guys, I got the new world record. NoUtility, I'm submitting it to SGDQ. Oh, really? Cool, can't wait to see that one, Connor. And then he never even submits it to our leaderboards for verification. Why would that be, huh? I just got busy, I forgot about it, it's not really my category. Yeah, so then why the fuck are you running it at fucking... Just a prick through and through, that little shit. But I have said in the past, I do feel as though he, it's been like 10 years or something since then. Not 10, but it's been a while since then. I do feel as though Connor needs therapy. Like, I can only blame him so much for it, because I think that his lying is compulsive. I think somebody screwed him, like one of his parents really screwed him up, or both. You know, I don't want to be let anybody off the hook there, Mom. Somebody really screwed him up for how much he thinks that it's okay to just invent the substance of his life and manipulate other people. So, yeah. After we caught him with the speedrun fake, about a month later, somebody showed up in this chat and told me that they knew Connor and that they had just punched him in the face for cheating on his girlfriend. So he was lying to his girlfriend, and his girlfriend, by the way, had defended him on Twitter, had sent me, like, angry tweets for, you know, saying that he was a cheater and saying, he's not a cheater, he's not a liar, Connor is this, Connor is that, and then he went and cheated on her. And so, yeah, I think it's more than just, like, you know, he's an asshole who knows how bad everything that he's doing is. I think he's got compulsions and he's been screwed up by people. Damn it. How dare you catch him, exactly. After he, you know, stole a moment where you as an entertainer... That's the thing, is Connor Ace was just a guy who speedruns, you know, that's it. He had been to GDQ a couple of times on God knows, like, GDQ removed all of his footage from every other run that he'd done. He did Portal and stuff like that there, and he was never good. I don't think any of his runs at GDQ ever came in under their estimate. Connor was constantly lying and misrepresenting what he was capable of from the very beginning. But, shit, where was I going with that? Said, how dare you catch him? And then I got distracted by Connor. I think I was talking about something else entirely. I was going to talk about GDQ or something. And then when Connor snuck back in, seeped into my consciousness. God damn it. That kid. Yeah. This is not... Yes, it is going to work. Okay. And then mega jump out. Not a good mega jump. We just got to stay a little bit high. And then get down here and bring it out. And then this has got to be a good one. Nose down. It's not enough. It is enough. It's not enough because I don't have the lev left to finish the level. Oh my god. I managed to bring it in with not enough lev left. That didn't give me anything. And now, nope. The game was really trying to slap me down for like 3 levels straight there, and I did as much as I could to stay alive. You were talking about the different types of speedrun categories. Was I? I wonder how many other games he's spliced they've just never investigated. Since I've been a verifier for the Clustertruck team, it certainly seems like, you know, the people who do this do it a lot. They're probably doing it everywhere. If they think it's okay to do it in one place, and they're probably doing it everywhere else. I was talking about different types of speedrun categories? Hey! That was close. It was a sub 7, though. Pretty good. Ooh. I really need to stop doing 5-4 like that, though. It can be a little bit faster, but it's too much. It's too dangerous. There's no reason to take the risk. The speed that it saves isn't worth it. This is a nice high one, but it's a little slow. 7.1. Get me over. Good. Come on, man! I definitely landed on it. I mean, obviously I didn't, but I definitely landed on it. He had a couple refunked and Hat in Time records back in the day. Or records, quote unquote. Oh, really? I played Refunked. I didn't think that was a game that people knew. How do people know Refunked? I played that game. I think the developers maybe gave me a code on the YouTube channel, and it was just pleasant to play. But I'm always surprised when everybody's like, "Yeah, Refunked." How do you know it? It's nothing. It's just platforms and buttons and it looks nice. How do you know this game? Oh my god, that's so fast, and I keep saying that I need to stop doing it. I didn't get it. Oh! Come on, man. Give me a kick. That truck was right underneath me. It could have thrown me. Made up for the fact that I couldn't get through the way I wanted to. No, I fucked that up. Did I, though? Did I? I'm going all the way to the front. Did I? Cut across. On the outside. Beautiful. I don't think I've got enough lev to get there. God damn it. It needed to be higher. That is... I don't know if that's such a great method, honestly. Because I still needed... No, that worked. It worked that time. It's just a bad kick, I guess. It's a pretty big speed game. Really? That's wild, because it's just... It looks like somebody's, you know... little... I made this in a couple of weeks kind of project. I remember enjoying it. Like, the video that I did was very positive. It was actually the main topic of that Refunked video that I did. You're not supposed to do it this way. You keep saying, because things like this happen. was actually some other game that I had tried to play. The developers had also given me to review, and I tried to play, and I hated it. And I kept trying to make a video that was, like, impartial about it, and eventually I just couldn't do it. I couldn't. It was... I hated the experience. I felt like they'd just done it wrong in general. And so I just refused to do a video about it. And then I ended up making my Refunk video all about it, whatever it was. It was some, like, room escape thing. You know, those were very big for a minute. Wow, can't believe that got me out. I don't know what the time was on it. Okay, focus up for 5-4. Just do it. It's a straightaway on the right. Just do it. That's all you gotta do. And then here, do the little pop. That wasn't enough. And then something came out of nowhere and smacked me in the head. I think it was made in a couple of weeks. Yeah, that's how it feels. Doesn't mean that it's bad. Just it's not a lot to talk about, so I'm surprised that people, you know. What was another one that was like that? Something like Hot Point or something like that was another. It's one mechanic on loop, but is it Hot Point? It's something point. One mechanic on loop that I think got a lot more attention than it seemed like it really deserved. Not that it was bad, but it was just like, it wasn't a lot. Whenever I see something like that happening in gaming, I'm like, you know how there's people out there who have made like giant MMORPGs that just didn't take off, that nobody played, and then somebody comes along with fucking Power Wash Simulator, and you know all those guys are just like, God damn it. Motherfuckers created a mechanic where it strips away one texture and replaces it with the other when you shoot it with an animation. That's the whole fucking game. I got dialogue and character development and fucking side quests. These guys make $1 billion off of fucking Power Wash Simulator. You're currently playing Power Wash? That's probably why I thought of it. I probably saw it like come up on my Steam thing, because I got you in the friends list, yo. One mechanic on loop that got a lot of attention. Kerbal Space Program. From the places that it got a lot of attention, I mean, outside of Scott Manley, it was definitely like just strap rockets to things, watch the pretty explosions was a lot of the YouTube coverage that made KSP what it was, right? It wasn't like a lot of people sitting there talking about the delta V and the thrust to weight ratio, my specific pulse on the you didn't get a lot of that in the Jacksepticeye Nerd Cubed coverage of Kerbal Space Program. But then I say that, and Harvey Cash, HSC Gaming, was one of my two inspirations for even trying to do YouTube. I really liked Harvey's KSP stuff, and I saw how that could be like valuable to just be a guy who knew about these kind of things, and you know, gamifying it and turning it into little stories and stuff like that. He didn't get deep into turning it into stories the way that I did, but I liked what I saw him doing. I liked his viewers submitted That's No Moon based stuff, and it all kind of inspired me to, on that end of things, to just think, okay, this is a, god damn it, Paul. This is a viable, this is a way that you could make a kind of an art and entertainment. And then the other one was Dan Hardcastle, Nerd Cubed, who was the first one to show me that that this could be a vessel for comedy. That you could use playing games as a way of doing a performance art, stand-up, improv style comedy. And I liked that. And so that is exactly why you go back and look at what are my earliest submissions to YouTube. They are Kerbal Space Program stuff with, you know, that Harvey-ness to them of knowing a little bit about what they're doing anyway. My shtick, as well as, like, the reality of it, was that I just knew enough to be dangerous, you know, I knew enough to be able to say Delta V and know what I'm talking about at the beginning. But, you know, I was turning KSP into stories, but I was also turning it into improv comedy. And then from there, I ultimately landed harder on the comedy side because that's where I'd been coming from all my life. Since I was 5 years old or something, my parents had let me stay up late to watch Evening at the Improv and these, you know, stand-up comics and stuff. And that's always what I wanted to do and where I wanted to be. And just so happened that by the time I got there, the sort of best way to be an improv comic was to turn on a webcam and fucking, I did it again. I got here and I did it again. Turn on a webcam and make YouTube videos instead of, you know, standing in front of a brick wall at some smoky comic bar. 7.4! I finally got a good one. And it was by Lev Boosting fucking everywhere, by the way. I'm on really good time right here. I have to pay attention. I think I'm on really good time. I can't look over at Live Split. Should be. Okay, that'll work. Certainly not what I planned, but it will work. Just make sure you stay above. And don't screw up this grind. Good. Going all the way to the front on this one, which means it's a little bit slower, but it's also a lot safer. God damn it! I just choked that. Might still be able to do something, I don't know. Okay. Come on. 510. Be kind. It's let me through. It's let me through! Is this something? Do we have green time? Feels like it should be something.
Run faster, jump higher.
It's a little something. It felt like it. Even though I was apparently just dead all zeros there. I can't believe I saved 0.3 seconds off of that 510. There's not a lot to be saved on 510. I got out with 13.4. It's a little something. It didn't get me the 128 though. Where did I lose it? Like 5.7 and 5.8. So 5.7 I lose 0.3 and then I lose another 0.2. So we could have had another half second on this run. And then if we look through the splits, I lost another 0.2 back there, so 0.7 seconds is what I could save, and then I'd be in the 128 region. It's getting pretty tight to get better PBs than this. I might take one of these and walk away. And that's on a messed up 5.8 before. What was 5.8? I immediately, like... You can't hang on to it while you're running it, right? You know? Just like, whatever just happened, it's just, I'm done with it. I remember I had a slow 5.7. Yeah, that's why we lost the 0.3 there, because we did the long way in. And then 5.8 was, I got slammed almost dead stop face first into a truck, didn't I? Both runs hit a truck corner. Yeah. Have you tried tapping on the glass? If the needle isn't moving, it might be stuck. What? I might just, I don't know. Should I keep going? How long have we been here? We're almost to the 4-hour mark. I'll keep going till our next live stream break, and then I'll decide whether or not we're sticking around for another live stream break. But I'll keep running on this. Very good run. New PB, 129.5. If we can get into the 128 territory, then I'm running with the devil. All that camera movement for just a 7.6. I don't know why I do it. Another 7.6 though. Whoa! Okay, that caught me in midair, but I was able to double tap Lev and stay up. It's a very bad start to this level. And you go out, nose in. Nose in didn't really help, but I found the truck anyway. And then, give me a good one. Is it good? No. It's fine. It's not good though. Okay. Yes. Yes. Ooh, yes. And then... Okay. Nope. Nope. Fuck. This is too often the stopping point here. If I just do it like that, like 2 nose grinds, so here, and then like that. I don't know, that kind of required the truck to be in a nice position for me or something. Stop it. Giving me extra... What is going on now? Why can't I get a basic thing going here? Yeah, I don't want to do that. Like that, and then where's the truck that I land on? It's you. So, get the fuck out of my way. You, out, back, in, and then nose grind. It's very touchy. It's a needle that you're threading to not go too high and to get the speed that you need, and it's quite touchy. It's just a reset. But you can see how much faster I am at the end of this day than I was at the beginning. Like, my openings are all 7.6s and 7.5s now, and we managed to bring in a 7.4, whereas before I was struggling to get anything better than a... I was regularly getting 7.8s and 8-second openings. So I've figured out how to generate some speed. I just have to trust it though, because now I'm thinking about it too much and can't find it. That doesn't work. It's too slow. I got hit by everything. There's a 7.6. Fuck. Now I'm thinking about the speed too much. Instead of just running it and getting through it. Fuck you! And fuck it. The pressure gauges and stuff, sometimes it's gone down, but the needle is stuck. The pressure? My pressure valve is stuck, is what you're saying? Is that... Wait, what are you saying? 7.8. After he talked a big game about, look how much better I am now with the 7.6s. I'm not getting those 7.8s anymore. There's a 7.6. There's a 7.0. That's not how... I mean, it is the faster way, but too often that truck gets a little weird hop. That completely stops you dead. So just don't. Just don't mess with that truck. Go the other route. This is the other route. Just like that, and then like that. The button already wasted some lev. Nope. Shit jumped up in my way, yo. That's a fun way to do that. Bounce back and forth between the sides of trucks. Woo! No! If you would have landed that guy, that was going to be super fast. But you were going too fast to actually slow down and land him. There's a 7.5. See what I'm talking about? I hope you do, because I don't. This is the correct way to do this. Safe. And this is the correct, safe way to do this. Not a lot I can do about that, but I'm gonna keep running it. Okay, I think this might be a really good one of these. It's 7-0. This isn't great. Would have preferred to drop further back. God damn it. Again with this. It's just wrong. It's like the wrong fucking method, and I can't find any other method. I guess I could do that. But can I hit it? Is it easy to get? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, that's not easy to get. And then that truck looks like it consistently lifts up, which is bad. So when you do get it, you gotta like dodge hard left or skip that truck or something. So that's not the method. But this is awful. This is not a good method for a left strafer to go on the outside like this. It feels very, very wrong. And you see, yes, I can get it, but how often can I get it? Like, I need something that's consistent. That's 2 in a row. Yeah, alright, well, this is at least a cleared level. That'd be great. It's just, it's tricky, and it's hard to, like, pull off when you're coming in with good time. Got the pressure of the run, and you gotta come in and do this really weird, like, move to the left thing. Which is the opposite of what I do everywhere else, because I'm not that direction strafer. I'm a left strafe boy. Whoa! Okay. Okay! Okay! The fuck was that? Twice in a row you give me weird-ass kooky fucking starts that I can't do anything with? And I just went over that one. Got up a little bit too much speed. I was doing better when I was chatting with you guys about nothing, but it's probably the end of the live stream. I'm just a little bit low energy here. And I'd like to have a shower today, which I try not to do on the live stream days because, in theory, for a man with my condition... Yes! Fuck you. It's a lot of energy. It's a big ask. But only in theory. Practice. There's kind of nothing to be done there. My sum of best is 123.5. Damn. Yeah, that was literally started out too fast to be able to do anything with. And then hammer in front of that one. Okay. Good. 7.5, very good. Okay, not so good. 7.8. Kind of put back what we saved. But I think we reclaimed it here. 6.9. This is not the way you're supposed to do this! This is the unsafe method. Damn it! Fucking just happened to be that timing. RNG. Oh, yes. Nah, it's just a 7707. Might be able to hear my neighbor yelling across the neighborhood at somebody. Especially with these new compression settings. You hear everything. That could have helped. Instead, it hurt. Oh! It came in. I don't think it should have. But I ain't gonna complain too loudly. Okay. No! That was the fucking good one! The third back landing. I don't think there was anything wrong even with my positioning. This is definitely, you know, day 2 of this level. I'm running like a changed man. Definitely a different runner than I was yesterday or last Thursday. Fuck. When are you going to start a new category, fewest inputs? We actually did just make a new category, though. Oh, that... nothing I could do about it. And it's classic percent. It's any percent classic is what it is. Because this method has ruined the game. For anyone who doesn't know, this is the new any percent vibe. There's a glitch where you just run into the front of the windshield and you double tap pause, and you can give yourself that kind of velocity coming off of it. So, the whole any percent game is just turned into doing that at the beginning of every level. You know, and I've got 5th rank in any percent by doing that, so I'm not opposed to it or anything. I'm just saying there's a lot of people who liked any percent more when, you know, there was routing involved, and you know, there was a lot more involved than just learning that trick. And so we have created what is basically no pause skips any percent, that I affectionately refer to as any percent classic. And so that's a recent addition. Come the fuck on with that. Fewest trucks would go hard, says the Scully KO. I've thought about fewest inputs. Unfortunately, it's boring as hell, says Sarah. Well, I would imagine it's similar to jumpless percent, right? You just kind of sit on the truck in as many levels as possible and hope that it takes you to the end. There is a category extensions leaderboard for Clustertruck that brings in, you know, meme-y kind of categories, like death percent, which is just finding the level and the circumstance under which you can kill yourself the fastest in this game. Oh, that could have been good, but I leved just the wrong moment. I think at least desert could be inputless. I think there's a problem. I think there's a problem with it. The rear truck getting to the end, where would the stoppers be? Like 1-7 where the pillars, you just have to wait until they didn't crumble on you. And then 1-10, you'd have to get through without the bumpers knocking you off. But maybe that's just a matter of waiting for the good RNG. But then I'm thinking about 1-9, can you get the last truck to climb all the way up? The amount of RNG it would take, if it's even possible, for even the first world. Okay, I don't know what just happened. If I was gonna hide a splice, I would have hid it in there because I have no idea what just happened there. And Zedru, the goat-hearted, I think I missed your comment. Watching this world makes me want to play the Super Truck Alpha again. Super Truck. Your name is a reference to Magic the Gathering. Oh, is it? Zedru, the goat-hearted. You can do desert inputless. I tested that, then went, well, I don't want to do that 80 times. How many, like... Yeah, I'm just imagining, like... What would the odds have to be for, like, 1-7 to not block your path, and 1-9 not to knock you off, and 1-10 not to knock you off. Shoot, even 1-6, the wall falls at the end of the level and leaves a bunch of debris that you just have to hope doesn't block you entirely. That would be horrible. That would just be horrible. Even waiting for one successful run would be forever. It took like 30 minutes to get all of Desert Inputless? That's surprising that it was only that. Like, I can imagine if you were doing them level by level to verify that it's possible in each level, but getting it all chained back to back? There might be something about it, you know, with the, like, seeding of the game, too, where the player's inputs are part of the seed, and so if you're not moving, then maybe you get, like, a lighter weight version of the levels at the beginning, anyway. Because I would think that 1.7 would be... Is it 1.7? The one with the pillars, and, you know, usually a truck runs into them and they crumble, and you're on the back truck that's going the slowest, and every single other truck is going forward. And so all those trucks have to go past a pillar, not hit it in a way that knocks it down, or hit it in a way that knocks it down, but somehow your truck still gets there. Like, that seems like a major cutoff point to me. 1.7 has the pillars, says Danya. Yeah. You did it level by level? Okay, yeah, I could see that, where you prove that it's possible on a per-level basis. But stringing those levels together, I would expect to be, like, days of effort or something. Days of effort just clicking the reset button whenever it dies, to days of effort doing nothing. I guess you could set up a script to do it. Just have it playing on a second monitor and use my old split RP, in fact, like the original split RP that watches the screen output live instead of looking at a video, and then just tie it to send a couple of signals to get you back to 1-1 whenever there's a death. God damn it. Quit thinking about it. 1719110 all suck for it. The speed runs where you and the streamer are both watching the game do nothing. Well, there's definitely a bunch of those games though, right? The games where you're... Holy shit, look at this. Yeah. The games where you're just like letting it run and watching stuff happen, you know, occasionally look over and see. Idle games. It's a genre now, isn't it? Turn Clustertruck into an idle game. As the player, you don't do anything. This is inputless percent. Well behind now. I would have to get the fast one of these. Okay, I did get it. And then this has to come out very well. Better than that. Oh! I made it work! Okay, that's slow, but it's in. I don't think it can work out here. Yeah, definitely not when that happens. When 510 decides you're done. Son of a bitch. Deathless inputless is the sacred hardest category. Just put the game on loop and let it play itself in the background. Not good. Oh, like triple not good. Jeez. We're definitely supposed to do a live stream break about now. Right? Yeah. We've been here almost 4:20. Tell you what, we'll go to break at 4:20. 4 hours and 20 minutes. So that, you know, everybody can have a chance to blaze it, obviously. Nah, I'm just kidding. We haven't had any weed in this house for months. All of months, huh? Yeah, all of months. I don't know. I think it has been months. It's funny because of like what you guys know and what I know, and the funny part is what you don't know, and how how it sounds to you and what it actually means to me, and the disparity between. That's what makes me laugh anyway. That's not at all how you do this, and it didn't work. 420? 420 blaze it. 420 blaze it. We need a live stream break. That's the wrong button. That's not the wrong button. I also need to, you know what? Right here, before we go to the live stream break, I'm gonna go to sounds in the control panel. You guys can't see this. I'm going to sounds. And one of these things is the one that makes that ding sound. And what I do is I just disable it. It's like a, I don't think it's system notification asterisk. It might be asterisk. And then what I do is I just set it to nothing. And then that means when I do certain things that it's like, it's because of the hotkeys, it's out of the window, and it makes a ding on the live stream. I don't like that. I don't like you guys, you know, seeing how the sausage is made. Meet me back here in 7 minutes. We're going to take a live stream break opportunity to grab a snack, grab a drink, meet me back here. I'm going to roll some ads. I'm going to play some music. We will carry on in 7 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out. It didn't work.
Now run, jump. I can be your backpack while you run. Run, jump. Now breathe.
Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to Twitch. Twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on Twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. We're speedrunning Clustertruck today, and we are 1 second from my sought and desired time, which is honestly anything 1 minute 28 seconds. We are in the 129 region. Shut up, Kevin. We are in the 129 region, and I want a 128 because that's where everybody else is. I want to be part of the group. I don't want to be left behind. So we're clustering, we're trucking, and if I get that 128 here, honestly, if I get any new PB, I'll probably just shut down the stream. We've been here for a while. This is the third, this is after the second break, the third chunk of live stream here, and I'd like to call it a day a little bit early if we can at all, because I'd like to do a shower. I'd like to get clean. I'm very hot in the city. Very hot in the city. Harmony and understanding. Peace and other shit abounding. No more forces or derisions, mystic crystal revelations, and the heart's true liberation. Aquarius. Sorry. Oh, I hope this is the run. It's not, damn it. I went and sat down next to Lady Pawn, and she had a horoscope app open. She's an Aquarius. It was open to Aquarius. You see the word Aquarius, and you gotta sing that song, right? No more falses or derisions, mystic crystal revelations, and the heart's true liberations. Aquarius! Aquarius! Nope. That's a hammer in the way. You need to waste your time when the hammer's gonna drop. My penis is the hammer. Pretty good. The movement's feeling very automatic, and I was just saying to Lady Pawn during the live stream break that something clicked, I'm running faster now, and whatever it is, it just like snapped in, and it's nothing in particular. It's not like new routing or anything. It's just I'm running better, and the fact that it clicked means that it's now clicked. It's in there. I'll be able to use it wherever else we go. Goddamn. So we're gonna be done with World 5 today. Whether I get the time that I want or not, 129 might be it, but we're going to take these skills to the next level, and I will be running, with this ability to get low and to use the lev boosts to actually save time. Come out of levels like that one with a 7.5 instead of like a 7.7. Or an 8. I was getting some 8s earlier in the day. Yes! It was, a little spooky. A little spoopy. Spooky. Okay, good throw. Get me down. Get me the speed. Send me across, take me out. God damn it. My hand did a thing. You know how I've talked about, like, sometimes my neurology, like, glitches in a weird way, and... Oh, okay. Didn't matter. Didn't matter, because this level was always going to steal it from us. But we were on pace for it. Up into 5.8 we were. Right up until my nerves glitched. Doesn't help speed running at all, really, when you think about it. Okay, that's 2 hammers in a row. It looked like it would have been 3 if I wouldn't have died before I even got started. Yeah, that was 3, because I couldn't actually run on that because it pushed me out of the way that I wanted, and then I got stopped by the truck. 5-1. How many times can you get in my way and not let me just go? 7.6 has become our new norm. It used to be 7.8, so that's the 0.2 seconds that I've picked up by running this thing for 2 live streams straight and probably 10 hours. Not the way you're supposed to run this, but it's pretty quick when you do. Okay, fuck you too. Never had a chance. Wish they would have told me that when I was running 5.1. Just let me know. By the way, when you get to 5.5, we're going to take away any chance that you had of this being the run. Arbitrarily. It's going to feel like a whole bunch of bullshit. Nothing you can do about it. I just wish they'd be upfront about it. You know? Let a girl know what your intentions are. That is the method for 5.5, not for 5.4. However, it does make me want to try that again, because... Oh, well, there's no truck. There's no truck out there now. Holy shit, look at that. I need to stop the timer if we're gonna fuck around here. This is interesting. There's no truck there again. That's weird. The truck is always there. And then as soon as I started trying this method, the truck ain't there anymore. Look at that. Look at how many times the truck isn't there. That's crazy. It's like the fact that I was doing the level that way seeded it to not give me that version again or something. That's weird. Okay. 7.5. Okay, that's probably not how I want that to go. But I'm gonna try the 5.4, you know, with that method again. Just to see what comes through. Oh, come on! I was in. Screwed up the start there. And the hammer gets in the way. It's called de-rusting, said Sarah, probably some time ago. Yeah. It took me 7 hours or so to de-rust. Fully. I mean, the difference between me yesterday and me today is 2 seconds, but it's a powerful 2 seconds. I can feel these 2 seconds. These are, may not be long seconds, but they're wide seconds. There's girth to the second. They can still please a woman, is what I'm saying, these seconds. Okay, well, what can you do? Okay, I like this, because it gives me that. Alright, that's not actually that fast, but whatever. Okay. 5.9. And then just let me out. I think it's gonna let me out. Oh my god. This is it. Don't risk anything. Just go to goal.
Run faster, jump higher.
We got the 128. I got it. Woo. I got it. I got a 128. Now, I could keep going and try and get a low 128, try and actually get a decent rank, but just to be in the 28 realm, and I wanted to take a shower and everything, that might be it. Let's go back to the leaderboards here and see what we got. So 128.3 is where the grouping is. 128.3, 0.3, and then 0.1, all the way down there. And then Sarah, you've got second rank, but unregistered as of yet, right? That's the deal. So 128.8, it's half a second off of fourth place, and IDOS. I don't care. I need to quit is really what needs to be said. I really want that. A 27.8 is what Sarah's got. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy with this. I'm 1 second off of second place then, right? 1 second off of second. That's pretty good. I will take that, and we will call it a day, so that I will have the energy to have myself a shower later today. Thank you all for joining me on our cluster adventure today. It was with your help only that I was able to achieve 128.8. We are 5 seconds over sum of best. In fact, is it 4.5? Is that how that works? If it's 23.5, no, it's 28.8. And so the 23 plus the 5 makes it 28.5 plus the... So it's 5 and some. That's pretty, good for being that close to your sum best. Also PB'd at the same time, but 210 had to be 210. Oh, you almost PB'd at the same time, but 210 had to be 210. Meet me back here on another Thursday or Sunday. Those are the days that we do these live streams. So we'll be back this Thursday, as long as nothing goes wrong, at around about the 2 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, maybe a little bit thereafter. If I haven't mentioned it before, it's important. You need to write this down if you have trouble remembering it. I am the Ronin Pawn. And remember to, don't work for free. Don't do slipshod, half-decent work and where you don't listen to the people who you did the work for because I'm doing it for free, so you can't complain. Like, take pride in what you do and demands to be paid for it because, goddammit, your labor is worth value. And don't produce shitty, shoddy software like the OBS project does, and then idly dismiss out of hand the thousands of complaints that you get about your shitty docking system. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. That's all I ever wanted to say. Good night, Kenneth. Is your SOB faster than Emily's, Ron? She's nuts. Yeah, we don't talk about it. I'll meet you back here this Thursday, and then Sunday after that. Pawn out.